Welcome to Resolving Reality Radio. This is your host. Like, follow, share, and subscribe. You're listening to Resolving Reality Radio. www.resolvingreality.com. Did you ever get that feeling that nowadays reality itself is being turned upside down? Well, now they are trying to turn males into females and females into males. So if that's not turning reality on its head, I don't know what is. This fourth episode of Resolving Reality Radio is about transgenderism, which is a very important subject for everyone to understand, but parents in particular, Irish parents, and indeed parents in the Western world in general. The inspiration for this episode comes from an article in the Irish Times newspaper on the 18th of July 2018 entitled "Restrictions on Children Changing Their Gender to be Lifted." Mentioned in this article are the 2015 Gender Recognition Act and some of the culprit individuals and organisations involved who are proposing that the changes in legislation should allow for children under the age of 18 to change their gender with parental consent. The previous legislation was deemed too restrictive by the parties involved in this agenda, as children under the age of 16 were not permitted to change their gender, and children between 17 to 18 could only do so if they met certain criteria. These are, of course, alarming developments for those of us who are smart enough to see what's going on in recent years in the Western world. The so-called progressive movements march forward, hiding behind a mask of fake humanitarianism and using buzzwords like diversity, compassion, and equality. Step by step, they drag society towards chaos. Dr. Quinton Van Meter is a pediatric endocrinologist and president of the American College of Pediatricians. He has many decades of experience in his field, including a 20-year career in the Navy Medical Corps. Dr. Van Meter is based in Atlanta, Georgia, where he is an adjunct associate professor of pediatrics at Emory University School of Medicine and an associate clinical professor of pediatrics at Morehouse School of Medicine. Quinton also runs his own private practice, Van Meter Pediatric Endocrinology. The American College of Pediatricians website is www.acpeds.org, and Quinton's private practice website is www.pediatricendo.com. If you are a parent concerned with what the so-called progressive system is up to, and what the cult of liberalism has in store for your children, then please stay tuned. Dr. Van Meter, welcome to the show.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Great, thanks very much. Now, today we'll be discussing a very, very important topic, a subject that's been kind of, it's pretty ubiquitous now in the Western world. That is transgenderism and even gender itself. But before we get into this, can we just start with yourself, Quinton? Can you tell us a little bit about your the area of medicine you work in, and also tell us about your academic training and qualifications, please?
Yes, I'm trained as a pediatric endocrinologist after finishing my training with pediatric endocrinology. And I had a 4-year span where I was doing just primary care pediatrics before I jumped into my fellowship training at Johns Hopkins Hospital. And had an experience at Johns Hopkins was at a time when Professor John Money was on the clinical faculty and was very closely associated with the pediatric endocrine division and its training program. And John Money at that point in time was the sort of the preeminent sexologist, if you will, by his own admission, if not by others. And he taught us his theories on terms of the term of what gender meant. And he had introduced the concept of gender into the medical vocabulary earlier in the 1950s. My training then under his tutelage, which was an interesting experience, finished, and I left my fellowship training as an officer in the U.S. Naval Medical Corps and stayed on active duty in the Navy until 1991. And during all that time, there was no further exposure to any issues that dealt with gender identity or transgenderism or transsexualism, as it was called at the time, because it was exceedingly rare.
Mm-hmm.
So there was not a specific postgraduate training course or training program anywhere in the United States that dealt with transgenderism as an idea. I was not personally aware of the work of Dr. Kenneth Zucker, who was the preeminent clinical psychologist in Toronto, who gathered these patients, if you will, to his clinic that came from around the world. And he coined the term gender identity disorder. And that specifically became a medical term that was recognized and put into the diagnostic manual of the American Psychological Association in several iterations. And he was essentially thought of as the grandfather, you will, of the concept of gender identity disorder. He wrote extensively in chapter books, medical texts, and articles of his clinical experience over about 30 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
So there was not in the United States, in the pediatric endocrine fellowships, any training, if you will, in transgender medicine, because it was not on the radar screen. It was such a rare entity. The incidence at that time, up until recent years, was thought to be 0.06% of adult males who persisted in feeling they were born into the wrong body, and about 0.03% of females. It's a very small fraction of persons compared to the general population. And that had been a fairly stable analysis over the years from the European experience and the experience here in this country. What was happening, if you will, under the radar screen without all of us in the endocrinology field knowing it, is that these patients, as they grew up to adulthood and persisted in their significant psychological suffering, is they found, through referencing the Harry Benjamin Society at the time and subsequently the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, WPATH is what we refer to it.
Yeah.
They found resources scattered across the United States in small cities, sort of out of the purview, if you will, of mainstream medicine. And those places provided these patients with hormone therapy and with surgical amputation of breasts and genitalia. And this was done without that being an accepted medical intervention by the entirety of the U.S. medical profession in terms of its professional societies. It was only until 2006 when Dr. Norman Spack came over from his trip to the Netherlands. He was practicing pediatric endocrinology in Boston at the time, and he wanted to start up a clinic in the United States. So that's how relatively new it is. We're talking about something that is less than 12 years old on the continental U.S. as a concept of intervention and treatment with counseling, medicine, and subsequent surgery. So just to give you an idea, although I trained under John Money in my Hopkins Fellowship, there has not been any subsequent training, if you will. It's just an observation of the literature in the meantime. So I'm currently in private practice. I do not belong to any hospital care system. I own my own practice and run it financially and with all the rules and regulations and standard operating procedures. So I'm in charge of all the things that we do, and I'm not really as such vulnerable to criticism by university faculty. I do hold clinical faculty positions, that is to say, non-salaried voluntary positions at the two medical schools here in Atlanta, Emory University School of Medicine and the Morehouse College of Medicine. So that is my basis of academic credentials. I have published very little personally because I'm a very busy clinical practitioner. I am involved in clinical research studies, interestingly, one with one of the puberty blockers, but not for the purposes of dealing with transgender health.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of woke myself up, if you will, at the outset of the push for creating guidelines for transgender medicine in the United States with the Endocrine Society, which gathered a committee unbeknownst to the membership. We were not given an opportunity to volunteer to be on that committee. It was a committee chosen. There were 10 individuals on that committee. All of them were transgender activist physicians. There was no inclusion of anybody with a contrary opinion, and there were contrary opinions, Dr. Zucker being one of them, probably the most preeminent one. But he was not invited to come to be, and it wasn't that they just wanted people from the United States. They invited a little over half of the people from Europe to be on the Endocrine Society committee that made these guidelines. And so that's where this really began to come to a head, because one of our professional organizations out of the blue brought these guidelines into being and then asked for input from membership. And I looked at the draft and I was horrified at what was being recommended. Emailed, clicked the link and gave him my input. Never heard anything back from the committee as to whether or not they'd either received it or didn't like it or would take it into consideration. And the guidelines were published. Mm-hmm. And at that point in time in the United States, there were probably maybe 2 clinics in the United States that actually openly dealt with transgender children, Dr. Spack's clinic in Boston and the clinic in Los Angeles with Dr. Olson Kennedy. And so quickly after the 2009 guidelines, which essentially promoted affirmation psychologically of these troubled children, hormonal intervention initially with blocking puberty at its onset. These are children that are not of the age of consent. You have to understand in the United States, the age of consent is 18, and these children are clearly younger than that. Puberty onset is as early as 9 in a girl, perhaps, and 10 in a boy.
Yeah.
So their recommendations were that their puberty be blocked so that they wouldn't have to suffer through the slings and arrows of going through puberty, believing they were in the wrong body.
Yeah, exactly.
Beyond that was the recommendation that at some point in time, not specifically chosen or mentioned, but possibly as late as the age of consent, patients should be started on cross-sex hormones boys would get estrogen, girls would get testosterone. And then after the age of consent, if they chose that they wanted to, they could choose surgical manipulations, amputations of healthy body parts to try to create a semblance of the opposite sex body.
Yeah.
So the whole thing, if you look at where this came from, John Money was very instrumental in bringing up the concept of what gender was. So basically, there are 2 sexes. Sex is binary. You're either male or you're female. Disorders are what used to be called intersex, but now are called disorders of sexual differentiation, actually are mixes of those 2, but they're not a third sex. Biologically, you can have an ovary and a testis in the same patient. Most commonly, there is not a mixing of an ovary and a testicle in the same patient, but there is a refractory nature to the response to hormones that basically block the development in the fetal development in the uterus, or that overstimulate the body in the uterus from overproduction of other hormones. And this creates a confusing anatomical appearance at birth. But the patients in those cases are always male or female. Mm-hmm. Now, what John Money did in the 1970s and what he continued to do through the times in my fellowship years in the late 1970s was that he recommended that these children who appeared to be boys with their genitalia, but were actually biologically girls, that they be raised as boys, and that the boys who had underdeveloped genitalia would empirically be raised as girls. And the sad circumstances that arose out of that was that as these children, the majority of them grew up being raised in a sex that they were not born, the majority of them came back to identify themselves as their sex of birth. The concept that someone is assigned by a doctor a sex at birth is absolute nonsense. There is no assigning of a sex. You are designed from the moment of conception to be either male or female, with very, very few exceptions. And those exceptions are not people that in general are confused about who they are as a male or a female. They are profoundly solid in the basis of what they believe. And in all but one case, their biologic sex matches their sense of who they are sexually. Gender is in the brain. Gender is a concept, a societal concept of who one believes they are based on input from the surroundings and how they feel and how they wish to appear. It has nothing to do with biology. There's an interesting report that has just come out in the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism that bears really careful scrutiny. It appears that there are some gene alterations in microdeletion areas that seem to be more common in men who believe they are women. But these are men who have been treated medically for a number of years. The study is so brand new that I really haven't had a chance to digest it, but it will be used, I have no doubt, as solid evidence that gender is in the genes. Okay, mm-hmm. The problem is it is sex that's in the genes and gender that's in the brain, and there is so much in the biology of human sexual development and the rest of the body and how it responds that it would seem strange that only the brain would have a sense of being in the wrong place or in the wrong body when the body does not have that sense. Genitalia are genitalia, and the cells that are programmed to respond to testosterone in utero and pattern themselves are still there in all parts of the body, including the brain. So we're not dismissing this concept out of hand as blatant nonsense, but it bears really careful scrutiny to see whether or not that actually applies and means something, if it's an association or just a parallel universe that happens to happen because of circumstances in what we call epigenetics, where the genetic person, if you will, the cells in the body as they reproduce and reclaim themselves and rebuild, respond to environmental influences, and that's well known in many other areas of medicine. That epigenetics is an explanation for why things go in directions that they weren't biologically expected to go.
Okay.
So that's the background. I mean, I don't want to be over technical here, but gender is essentially what the person feels they are. It's their, and actually John Money said it was their internal sexual identity. Now, he was not proposing that this was at all genetic. He was just proposing that what it was, and there were some people that at adulthood felt that they were born in the wrong body. And he had an adult clinic at Johns Hopkins where he treated as many as 12 adults and facilitated hormonal treatment and eventual surgery to change them. The majority of them were males wishing to be females. Those people were studied a number of years out after their surgery, and although they felt pretty okay in the initial years, they tended not to really be living the life and the role of the female they wanted to be. They were sort of caricatures of that. So they were not thought to be the most functional individuals who did that. In Europe, the experience was much, much broader because it was accepted in a number of countries, the Netherlands and in Sweden in particular, where society accepted people who were unhappy in their bodies and wanted to be the opposite sex. They let them go ahead and be treated medically and surgically, and then they lived the rest of their lives. The study from Sweden, which is often quoted both from our viewpoint as an exceptionally strong study because it included every single individual in the country of Sweden. It left nobody out because they didn't want to volunteer to put their data in, and asked or looked at their outcomes at the very end, or the latter part of their life, some 10 to 20 to 30 years post conversion of their body hormonally and surgically, and they found that their mental health was abysmal. I mean, 20 times worse than the general population in terms of taking their lives.
Yeah.
So that's a study that, they didn't have a comparison group. They did not compare that to people who did what Dr. Kenneth Zucker did, which was to go and literally from the very beginning in the young children and adolescents, look at what was going on beneath the surface. So that's the purpose. Gender dysphoria itself is quite real. It is a sense that you get that that's your answer to your problem, is that you believe you're born in the wrong body. And it's not that these people actually necessarily truly believe that. If they actually believed they were biologically different than they biologically are, that is actually a delusion. But what they are is extremely uncomfortable and suffering. And that suffering is due to in really the vast majority of these kids, to undercurrent severe psychological issues.
Yeah.
And I can say from my personal experience of patients that have come to me for evaluation of transgenderism, not one single one of these patients comes from an intact family without or other major adverse childhood events, such as death of family members, child sexual abuse. All those things are lurking beneath the surface as problems, what I call the cobwebs in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
So the interesting thing is that the Endocrine Society guidelines, which were published in 2009, specifically said these patients, first and foremost, need an extensive psychological evaluation by a competent mental health provider.
Yeah.
Who understands the concept of transgender issues and gender dysphoria, and that they should be evaluated before anything is done. Now, the subsequent guidelines just say there needs to be a psychological support for the patient and some evaluation, but it does not make that the point that, and by picking people who are, quote, experts in the field in this day and age, that basically scoots these patients into the arms of mental health practitioners who do nothing but affirm the patient's gender confusion right up front.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the problem. And more blatantly, Dr. Josh Safer, who is on the committee that designed revised the Endocrine Society guidelines in 2017, he is actually actively promoting that there be no evaluation of mental health of the patient, because that's irrelevant, and that instead, and he's quoted as saying this, you basically provide psychological support for the family so that they can understand how screwed up they are for not accepting their child's confusion.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and it's abysmal. I mean, he basically blows over that. And even worse than that are the more recent guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatrics, published just a couple of weeks ago, which basically completely obliviate the mention of undercurrent psychological morbidity as anything to do with gender dysphoria, and basically focuses on making sure that all the financial resources are given to these children so that they can get their hormone treatments early and affirmation early and get on with it, and not have to worry about things like informed consent at the age of consent. They can get it done earlier.
Yeah. And
this is a travesty. It multiplied exponentially. So I mentioned that incidence that was long-standing of 0.06%. That's 6 out of 100,000 males and 3 out of 100,000 females incidence. And now it is proposed that it's 1 out of 5 kids are confused about their gender. It's a very popular, it has got a pop culture to it on the internet here in the United States, so that if some troubled teenager or young adolescent or kid goes on the internet and types in transgender, they have resources to tell them what to tell your doctor so you can get your hormones. Make sure, number one, you are going to say that you're going to kill yourself, because that's the excuse used for promoting all this affirmation therapy, is that if we don't do this, they're going to commit suicide. Well, Kenneth Zucker's experience with 560 patients over 30 years shows that's not the case at all. And when you look at all of the cases worldwide, the statistics published in the DSM-5 criteria referenced there, 98% of the boys who go through this, if they are allowed to go through puberty on their own with counseling, or if they don't require counseling, they go back to identifying themselves as their biologic sex.
Yeah.
By the time they were through puberty, and 88% of girls do that. So, I mean, this is a problem that with appropriate counseling, such as Dr. Zucker recommended, this really never becomes a permanent delusional state. It is just a confused state of mind with a lot of depression and anxiety mixed in with it, most of which is there in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's as if the poor kids are struggling, and in this day and age in adolescence, they're picked on by their peers for any number of reasons. They're outcast because they're not popular. They are perhaps not very social. They might be fat. They might be skinny. They might not be athletic. And so they look like I'm unhappy. My peers think I'm an inferior person. No one relates to me. I think I'm probably born in the wrong body, and everybody will like me if I become the other person, the other sex. And so
Yeah.
this is almost epidemic. And in the UK, evidently, that they kind of got startled by the abrupt increase and are investigating why that had happened. The study here in the United States that was published out of Brown University brought up the same thing. What is going on with this rapid onset gender dysphoria in adolescent girls? It's almost exponentially increasing. What's the explanation for it? And the internet is essentially the key player in getting these kids to believe that they're born in the wrong body, and changing that somehow is the answer. That study, when it was published, was withdrawn within 2 weeks because of the transgender activists in this country essentially going to Brown University and saying, take this out. This doesn't fit our narrative, and shut that down. And they did that.
Yeah.
So it's a tough world for us. All those of us that are sitting here concerned, it's not for lack of compassion. God forbid. I mean, all of us who see these kids know that there is suffering going on. What we're trying to do is to stand up against the tide and get mental health practitioners to not be afraid of dealing with this and saying, you don't have to have a transgender training certificate on your wall to know what's going on. Go to for the depression and anxiety, and go down in the basement where the cobwebs are and turn the lights on, and let's take a look. And then hand carry these kids with counseling, and guess what will happen? They're going to come out the other end functional and identifying with their biologic sex.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening in the United States is a clinical study that is basically not allowing any of that evaluation to happen, and watching what happens when you affirm psychologically and then use cross-gender hormones and puberty blockers. And mostly it's puberty blockers. It's not so much cross-gender hormones, although one arm of the study suddenly branched off into double mastectomies in girls. There's no control group to show that if you do it one way, this happens, and if you do it this way, and they're looking at 5-year data. What we all know from what's been published is that post-transformation, if you will, if you want to call it that, post-affirmation, there is happiness for a while, because that was sort of the answer. It seemed to be the problem. Here comes the answer. The rest of the world has to conform to who I believe I am. If they don't, we know they can get punished by law. Schools can be shut down. People can be sued. Teachers can be sued for using the wrong pronoun.
Yeah.
Legislators in the state legislatures here in the U.S. are blocking the ability of psychotherapists to go down in that basement and find the cobwebs. They're supposed to stay upstairs and be forbidden to even consider bringing up the thought that maybe this is not really, it's a delusional state that is in the making. Okay, the law is against doing that. Therapy can't happen. The only therapy that can happen is what they call affirmation. They call what we do in terms of going in the basement conversion therapy. So it's backwards. They've taken the word conversion and used it to their advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
To say they are actually trying to convert a biologic male into a biologic female, and that is absolutely impossible. Impossible. There's just no way. And likewise for the other sex as well. So it's a messy situation, and there's a vitriol on the side, and we're trying not to be upset, and we're certainly not doing name calling. But the idea that no science is behind this, that they're trying to invent the science moving forward, and to specifically design the research, as they call it, to prove what they already want to prove before the studies are designed. It's not science. Mm-hmm. We can go to the literature. It's all there. It's just that when they see what it is, the trans activists call it junk.
Yeah.
and call it irrelevant and call it old. The Swedish study is called old data. Well, you have to have old data to be able to get people 20 and 30 years post transition. All we're going to have here is 5-year data after, and we're going to call that the answer to the question and happiness. And the answer is no. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it's incredible, and this is it's a worldwide thing. I mean, I feel the same way you do about it. And in Ireland, in our correspondence, I sent that article. It was in the Irish Times newspaper here in July, and it didn't surprise me at all because I know what's going on behind the scenes, and there's going to be changes to the legislation here to make it easier for kids under 18 to get these sex change hormones and operations done. And the state has pretty much hinted that they'll step in situations where the parents won't comply. So this is a massive, powerful force here, and like you said, they're willing to go to great lengths to make sure that it's very easy for kids to go and get sex change operations.
A solution would be, in terms of using the terminology correctly, is that we pretty much eliminate the term sex change or sex identity, because you can't do anything with biology. It's there. Okay. So what you're doing is gender adjustment. Okay. I guess that's what you could have gender adjustment surgery. And if you put it in those terms, I think legislatures would say, wait a minute, this is not biological. And the answer is no. This is a psychological condition, and you're basically trying to make the body look like something that it biologically never can be. And the answer is yes. Can you create male genitalia that are totally functional? No. Can you create artificial breasts that lactate and feed a suckling infant? No. Can you create an artificial vagina that has the natural secretions and all of the innervation that is part of intercourse and reproduction? No. So what are we doing here? We're putting on Halloween costumes that can't be taken off. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And then these poor people grow up. In the United States, there are now a good number of individuals who, as adults, have been through all of this and are finally standing up against fear of their lives being taken. And that's not, their lives have been threatened, clearly. They fully admit that. But they're standing up against the tide and publishing personal stories and books recommending, please do not go down this pathway. Walt Heyer is one individual who's quite adept at writing and has written a number of things. And a person who goes by the name of Renee Jacks is a man who transitioned surgically and medically to a woman, and that was the name that was chosen by him or her at that time. But she, as she says, I want everybody to know, don't do this.
Yeah.
Don't get on that bus. It's a tragic road. And these are individuals who were not done as and changed as toddlers, and well, no one's suggesting toddlers, but young children in kindergarten and first grade and in middle school years and high school years. These are adults who consented to everything and were fully aware of the fact that what they were going to do was not the perfect answer, but it was touted as the answer to their problems. And they're very vocal about saying it was a tragedy, and please do not go down this pathway. So the progressives in our country have this lovely saying: if one child is hurt by something, then we have to basically make sure that one child is treated as if it were every child. We can leave no child back to be hurt by a bad legislative effort or a bad tax or a bad government policy. So if we save the life of one child, oh my gosh, we are on the right path. Well, these people that are writing are those children who were absolutely abysmally abused by the medical and surgical therapy. With just one of them, that would be great, but there are many of them that are starting to opening their mouths and write books and go on local radio programs here in the U.S. And so it's just, we are fighting such a big battle in academia. There are now over 55 transgender programs in university medical centers across the United States.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking in 12 years since I misspoke, 9 years since the original guidelines, we went from 2 clinics to 55.
Yeah.
and everybody is seeing large numbers. I spoke this weekend to some pharmaceutical reps who let me know that they're working with pediatric endocrinologists whose transgender clinic waiting times are 3 years for new patients to get in. And that is in the United States, not Canada, we're talking about. We're talking about the backlog of sudden influx of patients into the endocrine offices. And endocrinologists coming out of training are being assigned, hey, you're the new guy on the block. You run the transgender clinic. And in they go. They're told these are the guidelines and the rules. The clinic in Cincinnati, the director basically in the court testimony indicated that not one single child that came into their clinic had anything done other than affirmation. They don't even consider anything but that.
Yeah.
And that is, we're going to have a population of several 100,000 or more of these kids who are going to get to the age where they were in Sweden, and maybe exponentially more if we don't put the brakes on. And we're going to see a slew of adults committing suicide because of what was done to them, if not lawsuits abound. And we'll look back 30 years from now and say, oops, that was a terrible thing that medicine did. What were we thinking at the time? So I won't be around for that. I'm too old, and I don't expect I will live to see that. But I am thinking, what a mess we are creating. And it is so illogical. It is so oriented and pushed by a social activism that is not based on any sound science at this point in time. And the science that they're trying to create and dredge up is artificial. This new study with the genes, it may be something very important for us to look at as a study to say, is there some degree of subsequent change or epigenetic phenomenon that when somebody has lived a transgendered life and has been on hormones and is surgerized, if you will, do their bodies try to adapt to that? And the markers for that are so. It's just, we are not throwing that research out because it looks, it needs to be evaluated critically, but it's so new. We're sort of in a place where we haven't had a chance to do so. We're willing to listen to anything. We're not biased against everything empirically. We have to stand up, and our professional societies will not let us do that. I have on 2 occasions now asked that the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists have a balanced presentation on transgender at their annual meeting. The first time that was recommended by the Pediatric Scientific Committee, and I was on that committee, the meeting the next year had a transgender presentation, but it was only on the side of affirming.
Yeah.
No one was invited, or they didn't even bother to check back with us. I've just recently asked the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology meeting committee to consider a balanced program, and I brought up the fact that I tried to do that 3 years ago, and it was not met with any positive response, and I have yet to hear back. There are those of us in the endocrine community who are feeling strong enough about our ability to stand the tide that we have written a letter to the editor of the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism, specifically saying that we are leveling significant concerns about using puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones when the research shows that the effects of those in adults and in adolescents is devastating. It causes permanent sterility. And how can a 12-year-old make a decision about they want to get their bodies sterilized?
Yeah.
So it's those kinds of things. That letter has not been accepted for publication yet, and it may never get accepted. We're waiting on hearing back from that journal. So journals won't accept articles. We've had essays sent in to various and sundry local pediatric society newsletters expressing concern, and they've been rejected. It's called hate speech when you do that.
Yeah.
I, on behalf of the Australian Family Association, spent a week, almost a full week in Australia in August, speaking in 5 major cities about the whole concept of the history of where transgender medicine came from and my concerns about moving forward blindly. And we met with disrupting protesters in the middle of the presentation in Melbourne. They were escorted out by security, but they remained around the outside of the facility where we were talking. And the 200 people inside who had come by invitation to listen and hear this side of the story, had to try to listen to our presentation over sirens and megaphone shouting outside the building the whole time. The last straw was in Perth at University of Western Australia, where this event was supposed to happen on campus facility. The university canceled it the morning it was supposed to happen. So their sense was, oh, well, we didn't prepare for security, and that was sort of a reason they gave. They were not stifling free speech, but in truth, it was all based on the fact that they'd completely labeled what we were talking about as hate speech in advance, when people who actually went there to initially protest listened and said there was nothing hateful said at all about the transgender patients themselves or the gay rights activists that were promoting positive things about the gay community in terms of their health care and their needs as a group. So what we do is all built on compassion, all built on what's best for children, all built on valid science. And I am currently the president of the American College of Pediatricians, which is a small professional group in the United States, and they've got some international members as well. We do policy and recommendations based on unequivocally what is best for the child based on science and the wants and wills of the society at large and the adult world, if they are counter to that, are going to be rejected in our recommendations. And because of that, we're called a hate group here as well.
Yeah, of course. I'm not surprised. That's usually how the so-called liberals or whatever call their enemies, and they're kind of hiding behind this mask of fake humanitarianism and compassion, but there's a real strong kind of totalitarian vibe about them. When you don't agree with them, they will just go out of their way to attack you. I'm sure like the organizations you've been involved with they're all kind of on this, their target list.
Yes, most of them are, and the activism of the individuals, particularly one of the most notorious, Joanne Olson Kennedy in Los Angeles in her clinic. She is clearly an activist. She's married to a former woman, now trans man, and the two of them go and do presentations and recruit patients all over Southern California, and I'm not sure how far they go out in their reach. But she has openly made statements that are easy for anyone to find if you just go search it on YouTube about the issue of taking 13-year-old girls' breasts off as part of this use of research monies that she did. The question was, her answer was, hey, well, we don't care if the breasts came off when they're 13. If they change their mind, they can go buy them back.
Oh, my God.
This is a physician, scientist, clinician who's the head of that transgender program, whose bias is unequivocal. I mean, if you're married to a former woman, now man, and you had actually had a lesbian relationship with each other prior to that, there is an agenda there that is clearly driven by the social thought, not by valid science and medicine. And I'm not speaking against lesbians. I'm not speaking against any such thing, or same-sex attracted individuals of either sex. That's not the issue here. We're talking the issue of transgender as a concept. And I think that the mistake that was made is that we fell into John Money's trap when we started using the term gender and applying it to human beings. Gender was about language. Nouns were male or female. They were designed, the languages were classified in that manner. Gender is in your head. You are actually one sex or the other. And on an application for employment, it should not ask for gender. It should ask for sex. The reason it should do that is because there are biologic differences that are innate that cannot be changed in terms of physical capabilities of individuals that put them at risk or less advantage, if you will. And it's not being discriminatory. It's honoring human biology. So you would not want to put, I can think of a number of examples, but would like to think it through first before I open my mouth and then misquoted somewhere. But the idea is that biology is there for a purpose. If you want to look at just the pure, basic biologic entities that we are. So, when you bring faith into that, or, faith-based precepts about biologic sex, you're called heretical and old-fashioned and right-winged and imprinting basing your religious faith on other individuals. This is not based about religious faith. The American College of Pediatricians is not a faith-based organization in terms of an identity with a specific faith. We embrace all people of faith or people that claim to have no faith. There is no membership criteria that requires that. There is no part in our bylaws that say that we are categorically against a certain group of individuals or a gender or a race or anything that would be used as race discrimination or discrimination that's illegal by law. But gender does not deserve to have laws based around it. Biologic sex certainly does, but gender does not need to be a reason why laws are passed or made. And that's just, it's so logical that if we can't get back to that and go back to our government agencies and say, we need to educate you. Sex is male or female. Gender is, at least 59 things according to Facebook, and let it be 59 things. No one is saying you can't do that, but do not give political, rights and legal rights to a class of individuals who are basically thinking that in their head, and they get preferential treatment. We don't do that with faith. Faith is something that is, we believe, is primarily because we have a brain and we interpret our environment and we come up with a sense that there is a greater being that created us, and that's in our heart and in our head, and it is what faith is. It's not based on absolute concrete science, but we don't allow the laws to say that if you don't protect Roman Catholics from what they believe and you don't give them every special right because of what's in their faith doctrine, that you are breaking a law. That would be thrown out because it's not a valid reason to create a protected class of individuals. Allowing people to believe their faith is protected in the United States by the Bill of Rights, but protecting one particular class of faith is specifically not. So I just think if you put it in perspective, people's eyes should open up and say, oh, I'm beginning to get it. Maybe we ought to look at this a little more critically. Maybe we ought to have balanced presentations when we do have presentations on this subject. And we won't confuse it with same-sex attraction issues. We're going to put it where it belongs, by itself, as an entity that has no biologic basis. And so as such, we should treat it as such.
Yeah. There's also you brought up the point there about the say the LGBT community obviously has a whole mix of different types of people in there, and they're not the same. And this transgender movement is kind of piggybacking on top of the gay and lesbian movement when it's actually quite different. It's like the T has been kind of added in there, but I mean I agree with you. I wouldn't have any problem with people being homosexual or lesbian relationships. That's fine. It's not an intrusive, damaging thing to anyone else necessarily, but the transsexual, the transgender kind of movement attaching itself to that makes people think this is a victim oppressed group and you can't criticize those people or any aspect of it. And I think that's why people are afraid to speak out against this.
I would agree with that. That's why the school systems and the school boards are sort of trying to say, "Oh my gosh, it looks like this is, a personal right issue, and bullying is not to happen." So they introduce willingly children's storybooks that basically and have classes that say, "Let's pretend you're in love with somebody of the opposite sex, or you're actually not a boy, you're actually a girl. It's okay to think that way. Why don't we pretend to think that way for a day and see how we feel?" And so you've got kids in the form which was his to respect that and to help children say there is a line, and fantasy is over there and reality is over here. What they're doing with these children's books is to say there is no line between. You can kind of move on over there whenever you feel the need to, and it's okay to be there and have fun over there. It's a happy place, and don't let anybody tell you you can't live on the fantasy side, because if you want to be there and that's where you find happiness, that's where you should be for the rest of your life. So it's just astounding to see this go fast. And the Safe Schools law in Australia essentially indicated to all the schools that they had to basically teach this stuff down to kindergarten age. And even in church-based school systems, they mandated that. And the people had this land on their heads without knowing it was coming. In Canada, they have a program that essentially does the same thing, and it's against the law not to. Parents can't opt their children out of this program, and there's a lot of resistance in people who are otherwise not necessarily socially conservative. They're from all stripes, but they just see this as intrusion by government agencies into the lives of children, all for a social agenda, not for anything that has to do with what is going to do harm to children. And we know what happens with these transgender affirmation patients. They have a period of reasonable happiness, and if you survey them, if they volunteer to be part of a survey, which was done with the most recent publication from the Netherlands, trying to show that there was no regret at all by any of the adult patients that went through this, the people that were asked to be in the study were people who volunteered to be in the study. And that is a bias right there to say, hey, if you think you're happy and you want to shout about it, come on in and we'll listen to you, and we'll publish you as a statistic. The real truth on the transgenders that aren't happy is that most of them just kind of become quiet and disappear off the radar screen because they don't fit in anywhere, and they're really embarrassed about what they've done because they realize it was such a legendary mistake. And so there we are in this world trying to figure out, can we put the brakes on at least? Can we take a breath? Can we think, and can we talk to each other instead of being we don't want to shout over a fence and call names to the transgender activists. They do that to us all the time, and it's very ineffective at engendering any kind of dialogue. But we would at least like to have a dialogue. And that's if anything that I would like to say is, please, could we have a respectful dialogue? If you feel passionately that what you're doing is right, please, let's review your thoughts together. Let's put them all on the table. Let's have you respect our thoughts and look what we use. Don't throw it away out of hand as hate and bigot and being biased. We're not going to say the same of you, but please don't you say the same thing of us empirically. Let's look at this. And the bottom line should be what is actually truly, unequivocally proven by control studies to be the best way to go.
Yeah, I agree. It would be great if we could have these balanced kind of dialogues, but we're definitely dealing with, this totalitarian sort of, it's fundamentalist ideologies basically, where it's their way or the highway. They want what they want, and that's it. I've lived in 2 other Western countries in the last 10 years. That's Australia and the UK. So I've seen the patterns of the way things have been. These agendas are kind of rolling forward, They're not going to stop unless they're kind of stopped by other groups, because they just have these ideas in their head, and that's it. And you brought up about the indoctrination of kids. There's actually an article looking at about a video made by the British Broadcasting Corporation. It was showing videos of kids in school being taught how to write gay love letters, and there's been a parent backlash. So this is everywhere. It's happening in Ireland too, and they're well entrenched. There's certainly that ideological aspect, and you mentioned about the way reality isn't being addressed. It's like it's that postmodernist thing of we get to make up our own reality. So I can call you can be Quentin, but I want you to call me Unicorn Fairy or whatever instead of Sir. And if you don't, you're offending me and you're not respecting my choice to make up my own reality. It's crazy stuff.
And the thing is that I think what sticks in the craw of the people sitting in the background, outside of those who are experts, the standard American citizen living in any particular part of the country knows only what they know on the news. And if what they see is that the professional medical societies are all completely wrapping their arms around this affirmation, they assume that the entirety of the medical community believes this. And if they trust their doctors and their doctors' organizations say this is the standard of care, then I guess that must be what it is. But inside of them, I have conversations with many people, doctors, and organizations say this is the standard of care, who are not coming to see me for anything to do with transgender, will ask me, hey, this just doesn't seem right. What's going on? I mean, I don't know anything. I'm not a doctor. You are. Can you tell me if the feelings I have that are not comfortable about this are based on anything other than maybe I'm a bad person who's prejudiced against other individuals? And these are spontaneous things that come up. And I don't proselytize politics to any of my patients. I chat around, and a number of them have already heard places where I've spoken or my name's been mentioned or on a podcast somewhere or in an article and so they'll say, was that you? Can you tell me about this? What are you thinking? And so I will openly talk to them if they ask me that, but I don't. Every patient that comes in my office to look at how they're growing or whether or not their thyroid gland is producing enough hormone or we've got them on the right medicines, I don't say right up front, hey, what do you think of this transgender mess? I just keep my mouth quiet. Where I'm not quiet is on the front of my endocrine professional field. I just have to, at this point in time, stand up and say, as I said, the emperor is naked. Let's figure this out.
Even just to speculate here about if things do get a little bit worse and we do see an increase of children, in their early teens or whatever, trying to push these things. And unfortunately, if they have bad parents or broken families, that they can go ahead with this and start to, basically butcher their sexual organs, because like you said, they can't change gender. If they go ahead actually doing those things, the consequences of that could be disastrous long term, because one of the things you said that it can cause is obviously sterility. And I mean, the birth rates in Europe are actually dropping. It's starting to become a problem. And now we have this new transgender movement, and the liberal movements, along with feminism as well, are actually causing a reduction in birth rates. So this is even worse than what it might appear to be on the surface.
Sure. You're looking at the very broad picture of generations ahead, and that's a very scary thing. Population control, and essentially it's eugenics. Here is a sort of a twist on what Dr. Zucker found, is that of these kids that believed they were in the wrong body but came to understand they were in the correct body, 50% of the boys at the end identified as homosexual, and 50% were heterosexual by identity at the end. And what that says is that essentially by taking these kids and mutilating their bodies and giving them hormones, you are inherently essentially knocking off a population of homosexual adult males. And is that what you mean to do? Is that eugenics in a sort of a perverse way, where even though you profoundly propose that you're pro-LGBT, what you're doing is you're subtracting a population of homosexual males from the planet and replacing them with these hormonally manipulated and surgically mutilated human beings? That's a really interesting question to ask back, but I don't think it would be answered very kindly.
Yeah, exactly. Just as we move towards the end here, Doctor, is there anything you have coming up, like any talks? I know you mentioned the talks in Australia there. Is there any more of that, and are any other events coming up?
I mentioned a letter to the editor to one of the journals. Those of us who are beginning to feel a sense that there is an urgency, are trying to coordinate our efforts among endocrinologists and on the mental health community. The same thing. I am trying to get myself involved in finding organizations of counseling, psychological counseling, to speak in front of them at their major meetings. I am also working to get local meetings with mental health care providers to teach them about what this is from the medical side, and to encourage them not to be afraid in their practices to shun treatment because they feel they're not experts in the field. So it's mostly education, and it's the way we're going to do this, I think, is to get to the professional community. Speaking on national news doesn't do a whole lot because there's such a polarization of what people watch in the way of news. If they don't like it, they out of hand ad hominem attacks on the people that are seen on news networks here in the United States. So that's not really an effective way to do it. So I think the push is going to be to get our comrades, if you will, in arms who are on this side of the fence to come out from under and band together. We do know that already in the United States, pediatric endocrinologists that are on academic faculty positions have spoken with us about the fact that they don't feel that they can open their mouths and state as part of the university faculty what they believe, because they'll be fired. And they will also not be able to get anything published. They won't get research grants given to them, and that's their lifeblood. I mean, it's fear by intimidation. So they are there. They're willing to share their opinions with us. But at this point in time, they don't feel confident enough that they would have legal recourse to go back and regain things that might be taken away from them by their liberal universities. So it's a slow process, but also we're encouraging families to use legal means whenever possible to stop the process. And we're trying to encourage those adults who've been through this to help us put together a network of people who've been harmed already and start to look at essentially legal processes to hold the people responsible who did these things to them, financially and legally, and start to push back with case law. So that's the direction it's going. It's in infancy stages, but we're also getting any opportunity that we can find where people are interested in having us educate consumers and practitioners. We're willing to do that. I spoke to members of the American Association of Christian Counselors. This already, just by the name, gets a negative connotation from the LGB community. But these were individuals who were counselors who were profoundly disturbed by the direction things were going. And our American College had an exhibit booth there just to let them know that we are there and what our position statements were. So many of the attendees were just, what can I do? What can I do? And my message back to them was, would you please see these kids and delve into the psychopathology that's under the surface, and you're capable of doing. That's what you do every day. It's what you're trained to do and what you know you can do. Do not be afraid, and do not refer to the gender affirming centers across the country just because they're there and they have a shingle hanging out with a shiny place to go that takes care of these problems supposedly in a different way. They themselves can pick up the ball and run. So that's where we are right now. And again, it's sort of in its infancy stages, but the vitriol from the other side is legendary. The blogs that we do some Google searching in the background just to see where our name comes up. And oh my God, what's written about us is, you sort of want to laugh at it just because that's a good way to adjust to the fact that you're being told what a vile, evil animal you are and how stupid you are by the opposition. So.
When you mentioned there about who people go to for help, and you mentioned people about asking your opinions on things as well, there's a kind of an inherent sort of lack of confidence in people sometimes where they need to turn to authority figures instead of relying on their own instincts and having their own moral kind of foundation themselves. And unfortunately, because of the world we're living in, there's a lot of these compromised people working in the media and academia, etc., and the medical professions who can't be trusted. And it's people who go to parents who go to those for help with these issues, or the kids themselves. They're kind of going into the wrong hands, and they're going to bring harm on themselves because they're trusting those who shouldn't be trusted.
Absolutely. So I think, if we can coalesce a nucleus of medical professionals and psychological professionals that's the process, I think, of getting ourselves together to speak, not losing our individual identities of organizations who we are, but begin to, to find a means to educate the public. I think that's going to be what we need to do, because we're not going to get any help from the news, clearly.
Great stuff. Well, Doctor, thanks very much for your time. It's great to get all your insight on this topic. You have to just keep fighting the good fight and trying to inform people about what's going on. And hopefully by, getting the message out there, people can start to kind of push back against this and hopefully save the welfare of some kids going forward.
Absolutely. That's the whole thing. Is there's a saying that we learned in medical school: first, do no harm. That is the motto. Above all, is it's part of the sort of the Hippocratic oath, if you will, is that we are not, as physicians, to hurt our patients. So,
brilliant. Thanks, Quentin. Well, thanks very much, and best of luck with everything.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Resolving Reality Radio. Thanks for listening. That was my interview with Dr. Quentin Van Meter, a pediatric endocrinologist and president of the American College of Pediatricians. Please do share this interview around to those who can see what's going on, so we can build awareness and stop this transgender movement in its tracks before anyone else, especially any kids, become its victims. I also recommend you go to YouTube and type in transgender regret to fully understand the tragic consequences of this ideology. Plenty of examples there of why transitioning is not the answer, but especially the stories of Diamond D and Walt Heyer. Plus, check out Walt's website, waltheyer.com. That's WaltHeyer.com. Thanks for tuning in to Resolving Reality Radio. Thanks for your support. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube or listen on SoundCloud if you prefer higher quality audio. Both those profiles can be found on the website, www.resolvingreality.com. You are listening to Resolving Reality Radio, www.resolvingreality.com. Welcome to Resolving Reality Radio. This is your host, Emmett, the creator of the website www.resolvingreality.com. Resolving Reality is an independent Irish media platform that features opinions and topics not covered in the mainstream media, including the alternative, the politically incorrect, the undiscovered and the ignored. You can find Resolving Reality on Facebook, YouTube and SoundCloud, and you can follow Resolving Reality on Twitter @ResolvingOr, both capital Ors. You can find links to those profiles on our website, resolvingreality.com. The icons are at the bottom of each page. Please like, follow, share and subscribe. In this episode of Resolving Reality Radio, I'm speaking to Dr. David Evans, a modeller, a mathematician, who earned 6 university degrees in mathematics and engineering over 10 years, including a PhD from Stanford University in electrical engineering. David consulted full-time for the Australian Greenhouse Office from 1999 to 2005, and part-time for the Department of Environment from 2008 to 2010. He was the lead modeller in developing FullCam, the world's leading carbon accounting model that Australia uses for analysing the carbon in Australia's biosphere for the Kyoto Protocol. The website is www.sciencespeak.com. The email contact is david.evans@sciencespeak.com. Stay tuned to Resolving Reality Radio. Dr. Evans, welcome to the show.
Hello, Emmett.
Great, thanks for being here. For the listeners, check out David's website. It's sciencespeak.com. And our topic of discussion today is climate change, formerly known as global warming. But before we get into this, let's just start with your story first, David. Can you tell us a little bit about your academic background and your qualifications, please?
Well, Emmett, I did 6 university degrees kind of by accident. I did them over 10 years, so it was pretty quick. That includes a PhD at Stanford University in California. And then I worked for a while in Silicon Valley. So I'm very used to modeling and mathematics. All those degrees are in engineering and mathematics. And at one stage, I worked for the Australian Greenhouse Office. Now, the Greenhouse Office was charged with working out the amount of carbon emitted by Australia for the Kyoto Protocol, which was a treaty signed back in the last century. And we had to work out how much carbon there was in Australia's biosphere. So we developed a lot of models for that. So I spent several years on the carbon gravy train. I got to see it from the inside and recognized that there was a great deal of money and power at stake here and was being given away. I left that job for reasons that have nothing to do with my views of climate change, but people keep asking me about it, so I kept getting drawn back into the debate.
I see. And so would you say it's fair to say that at one point you are a true believer even?
I think like most people, Emmett, I assumed that what we were told was more or less right. I assumed that the climate scientists had got it right, and yes, carbon dioxide was in fact warming the planet dangerously, and we did have to do something about it. So for a while there, yes, I thought I was a part of the project to save the planet from being burnt up.
Okay. Was there a particular point where you switched? You said you didn't leave that camp because of anything you discovered necessarily, but was there a particular point where you switched from being a warmist to more of a skeptic?
Yeah, there was actually. When the ice core data came out, it was widely thought for a couple of decades, up till about 2003, that the ice cores in Antarctica, which showed how the carbon dioxide and the temperature varied over the last 500,000 years, it would show that every time carbon dioxide went up, temperature went up shortly afterwards. And this was the point of Al Gore's movie. That was the only evidence in Al Gore's movie. He was trying to suggest that. But in fact, by 2003, it had become clear beyond contradiction that the ice core records were in fact showing that temperature went up first and then carbon dioxide went up later. And the reason for that was that if you heat the oceans, more of the gas in the oceans is released into the atmosphere. So there's a lot of carbon dioxide in the ocean, and a bit more goes into the atmosphere. So the causal relationship was the other way around. And that was a major slap in the face. And I thought, gee, something's going on here. I didn't say much about it to my co-workers at the time. It wasn't really what we were up to. But it did make me sit up and take notice for the first time about what the actual evidence was that carbon dioxide is dangerously warming the planet.
Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't have been appropriate to say, hang on a second, this doesn't really add up here. But before we get into that end of it, which we'll definitely come back to later, let's talk about the current state of the climate change debate here, David. And what's the official consensus on climate change, and what is the debate over exactly?
Well, this is an important point that is obscured in the media. Basically, there is a climate debate, certainly among scientists, and it spills over a little into politics. And there's basically currently an intellectual standoff. It's not resolved one way or another. Now, the point at issue is the carbon dioxide theory of global warming, which obviously says that carbon dioxide, rising levels thereof, are the main reason that we've been having global warming for the last 50 or 100 years. Now, it's a fact that there has been global warming. We can measure it. The carbon dioxide theory says it's been due to carbon dioxide, and that furthermore, if we continue pumping up the levels of carbon dioxide, we're going to get quite dangerous levels of global warming in the next century or so. Now, the problem is there are two camps. Now, most climate skeptics do their due diligence and simply point to a whole bunch of empirical evidence that says the climate models are wrong. The climate models are all based on the carbon dioxide theory, and they get it wrong in several important aspects. Let's not bother going into it just now. So the climate skeptics just look at the evidence and say, doesn't match the models, therefore the models are wrong, theory is probably wrong too. But that's not the end of the story, because the warmists, those who agree with the carbon dioxide theory, insist that their climate models are in fact correct because they are based on well-established physics. And they point out that empirical evidence about climate is always a bit suspect. So, if you're going to gather information about the climate and measure it, you have to deploy instruments out in the field on a global scale for decades, because you're looking for small changes in temperature, water vapor, all that sort of stuff. But the problem is that the instruments degrade over time, they rust, they get out of calibration, stuff happens. And so there's always some doubt when you're measuring stuff out in the field. And so the warmists are so implacably confident that their basic physics theory is correct that whenever the data disagrees with the theory, they're pretty sure, in fact, it's the data that's wrong. And you've probably heard in the media or whispered around the place that the climate scientists often adjust data sets to bring them more into line with the theory and what they were expecting. And that's pretty much where the debate rests at the moment. It's been focused on various observations or data sets and whether or not they contradict the theory of carbon dioxide warming.
That's fascinating. So, this is a massive global thing. We've heard about this for years. We know a lot of money is changing hands. Like you said, it's scientific, it spills into the political. And yet the basic science on which the whole thing is built is pretty much shoddy foundations from a scientific point of view.
Not necessarily shoddies, Emmett. There's a small important point here. The point is that it is based on theory. There's no empirical evidence to back the carbon dioxide theory. In fact, there's a fair bit of empirical evidence that says the models are wrong. The skeptics are quite right about that. There is quite a lot of evidence that says it's wrong. Now, the climate warmists will just wave that away and say, the problem's just in the data. And they point out, look, the physics itself is replicated, it's tested in laboratories, much of it is used in other branches of science. People have been looking at this for decades. The physics that goes into the climate models is correct. Now, here's the problem, Emmett. It's possible for the observations and the physics to both be correct. The thing that people have been overlooking is that there's a possibility that there's a mistake in the modelling, the way the physics is put together to create the climate models. See, those climate models are built out of a whole lot of facts and stuff that can be proved in the laboratory, but they're put together by modelers in ways that they assume will sort of make sense and go together. And if they've done the modelling incorrectly, it's possible that they have the physics correct, but the models are wrong. So it may well be that the physics of climate change is correct, but the modelling is where the error is.
That can explain then, like you were saying, that, how there's a split in the camps and how it's so believable and that people are getting on board with it 100% because there obviously is a certain amount of truth there. Like you're saying, the difference between the physics and the models. So those who are 100% on board with the climate change movement aren't taking the modelling factor into consideration, as you just pointed out.
That's correct. And therein lies the way of reconciling the observations with the theory. And I should point out, in the history of science, Emmett, there have been numerous cases where theory has flagrantly disagreed with observations for years and years. And nearly every time it worked out that the theory was wrong and the observations were correct. Science nearly always ends up agreeing with the empiricists. Richard Feynman is a famous American scientist who died recently. He famously said, "It doesn't matter how beautiful your theory is, and it doesn't matter how smart you are. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong." And I think that's what we've got here in the climate case. We got climate models being put together from the 1960s onwards. The initial modelling was fairly hairy and I don't want to say shoddy, but there were a lot of assumptions made. They sort of got baked in the cake and built into the way people look at climate science. And they're the models we're using today. And if there was a mistake in the modelling made back in the 1960s, that would account for the fact that the climate models don't work.
Before we get into carbon dioxide itself and examine that for a moment, in talking about the whole movement as a whole, I mean, this is a massive thing. There's a lot of money being spent on it. there's a lot of political pressures on countries to kind of go green, quote unquote. I've heard of the initiatives with wind turbines and solar panels. So this is a massive, massive movement.
Yeah. My wife runs a full-time climate blog. It's one of the bigger blogs in the world. It's called joannenova.com.au. And Joanne's been researching the money behind climate science on and off now for about 10 years. She reckons that currently about $500 billion are spent every year on reducing emissions, or basically in the climate change area. Most of that money is spent, as you mentioned, on wind turbines and solar panels. But that's having an effect on everyday people now. I mean, I know it happens in Australia and in the United States and Britain, and it probably happens in Ireland too, but you might have noticed that your electricity prices have gone up quite a lot in the last decade. And that's deliberate policy. The policy behind reducing emissions is to make electricity more expensive for two reasons. First of all, because cheap electricity comes from coal, and they want to stop burning coal. And secondly, by putting up the price of electricity, it makes sources from renewable sources like wind turbines and solar panels price competitive. If you triple the price of electricity from what it was, say, 10 years ago, solar panels and wind turbines start to become economic, kind of, although it'll probably have to go up a fair bit more first. So one aspect of this theory that hits everyone is that the price of everything in the economy goes up because our electricity costs 3-5 times as much as it did 1 or 2 decades ago. And that's a deliberate result of policy changes on the back of this theory.
Well, let's get into, everything I know we've talked about so far, and even the official narrative about climate change involves CO2 itself. And I suppose many people have a habit of oversimplifying things, and CO2, carbon dioxide, has become the bad guy. But this is something that's, it's crucial for the ecosystem. It affects agriculture. I mean, it's not so simple as this is a bad gas that we need to do away with.
Oh, the simplification's enormous. Al Gore presents the climate theory, the way the greenhouse effect is working is just, carbon dioxide's in the atmosphere and it traps heat. So if we have more carbon dioxide, it traps more heat. But then he doesn't ask the next question, where does the heat go? And therein lies the problem with the climate models, but that's a slightly different story. And the next stage in simplification was simply to demonize carbon dioxide. So the message that the media, the mainstream media, with the help of the bureaucracy and the academics, has been putting out for the last decade or more is that carbon dioxide is bad. Now, I once used to believe that, and I was in Australia's team that used to track how much carbon dioxide we were putting into the atmosphere. But carbon dioxide is a very important gas for life on the planet. Carbon dioxide, for instance, is the thing that plants pull out of the air to grow. About 45% of the dry weight of any plant on the planet is carbon, which the plants got by taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. People think plants need water, but there's one thing they need even more, access to carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, because they use that carbon in the carbon dioxide to build their structure. And they use photosynthesis to pull apart the carbon dioxide. They throw away the oxygen back into the atmosphere, which we later breathe, and they keep the carbon, which they use to build structure in the plant. So if you lower the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere below a certain point, which is only about half of what it is at the moment, pretty much all the plants on the planet starve. They just die. So you can't lower carbon dioxide too much. Conversely, as we increase the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere, plants love it. They grow faster. In fact, commercial, people who grow tomatoes and stuff in greenhouses, those guys deliberately pump up the level of carbon dioxide in the greenhouses to about double or triple what it is in the atmosphere outside, specifically just to get the plants growing faster. So plants love carbon dioxide. We do the opposite to plants. We eat animals and plants that have carbon in them. We give them breathe in oxygen. We combine our oxygen with the carbon that we've eaten in our cells, in the mitochondria in our cells, combine the C and the O2, and we create CO2. And that releases energy. We use that energy as our source of energy. That's how our bodies move. We then create the waste gas of carbon dioxide, which we then breathe out. So you're breathing out, Emmett, you're breathing out carbon dioxide every breath that you make. And that carbon dioxide is then eaten up by the plants again, where they strip it out and release the oxygen, and they use the carbon. It just goes round and round in the circle. So Without carbon dioxide, there would be no life on this planet, and we're breathing it out all the time. It's intrinsic to life here. So demonizing it as bad is a bit simplistic.
At the end there, especially, you described that we're part of an ecosystem on this planet. There's a certain way things have been set up, and it's like human beings and the plants, when they just do what nature has built them to do, there's a kind of a symbiosis, if that's the right word, in the ecosystem, and that keeps everything balanced.
Yeah, and that symbiosis is, the vehicle of it is carbon dioxide.
As well as that, let's talk about the possible effects on, developing countries, because this has gone beyond the science, it's become political. And you mentioned earlier about fossil fuels. Those things are cheaper to run, but now the climate change camp is kind of clamping down on those more, quote unquote, primitive ways of developing power because of their emissions. And that's going to have implications for countries who aren't as developed as ours, correct?
Very much so, unfortunately. All the Western countries, all the countries that have developed to this point, all pulled themselves up from their bootstraps via the Industrial Revolution using cheap power. And we got that cheap power predominantly from coal. So we burnt the coal, we had cheap electricity, cheap power, cheap steam power, and we used it to build our industrial civilizations. The countries that are currently being industrialized, particularly in Africa and parts of Asia, are being denied access to cheap energy by the climate crew. The international groups who demonize carbon dioxide are saying to those countries, no, you can't dig up your coal and burn it like we did. You have to instead use these unreliable renewable devices like wind turbines and solar panels, and we haven't quite got the technology right, and it is expensive, but look, we'll help you a little bit. But the problem with that is that it slows down the development of those countries a lot. And what it means is that for millions, billions of people living in the third world and underdeveloped countries, they haven't got access to electricity, certainly not reliable electricity, because the climate people aren't letting them use their coal deposits. The implications of that is that people, for instance, cook on fires, wood-burning fires in their homes. And so they die of smoke inhalation and related diseases at a much younger age than they would have otherwise. So their quality of life is being pushed down quite a lot by the fact they can't access cheap electricity. Population growth slows down a lot when people's standard of living goes up. And one of the main ingredients of an improved standard of living is access to electricity and all the good stuff it brings, like heating and cooling and communications and TV and phones and all the rest of it. But by denying these countries cheap coal, we deny them all those developed country goods. In the first world where we live, in the West, we're starting to increasingly deny those goods to the poor people in our population because we're making electricity too expensive. There's increasing energy poverty throughout the West. A lot of people, particularly people who no longer work because they're too old, are running out of money to pay the bills. And they go cold. Or in Australia, they swelter. There's a lot of problems.
As well as the effect on third world countries, well, as it is connected to this, and the carbon tax now has been brought in. I think was it Gillard who brought in Australia, and it's kind of been aimed at the corporate worlds. So this is not only going to harm third world countries, but also harm first world countries when it comes to manufacturing and production, etc.
Let me talk about Australia for a moment, Emmett. Australia has been very keen to take up the climate message because we seem to be very prone to the sort of globalist community that pushes the climate change solution, and we do what they want. And so as a result, Australia has basically deindustrialized. Australia used to dig up a lot of minerals and then process them in Australia, often in energy-intensive ways. And we had a big advantage of that because our energy was really cheap. We have enormous coal deposits, enormous uranium deposits that we don't use, and we could produce cheap electricity and do things like put smelting plants for aluminium. Aluminium is basically liquid energies. But by a matter of deliberate policy in raising the electricity prices, first for industry and later for the domestic users, Australia has driven most of its aluminium smelters offshore, and there are certainly no new ones being built. Our manufacturing sector is shrinking all the time, and a large part of the reason is high electricity costs. We already have generally higher labour costs, say, than our Asian competitors. But when we put an electricity costs that are 3 times as big as theirs as well, it just becomes hopeless. So we find that the globalist people who are pushing the carbon dioxide demonisation want us to become a country that goes back from using modern technology, back to using windmills for power, and putting up the price of power so high that we can no longer participate in industrial life. It's just crazy. And this is all on the back of an unproven theory, which is contradicted by, as I said earlier, a fair bit of empirical evidence.
So I suppose there have been, well, from what I can see in my short lifetime, some noticeable climate changes, and we know records don't go back that far. But if human technologies and our emissions are not causing changes in the Earth's climate, then something else must be. So what do you think is causing these changes, David?
Well, it's hard to overlook the role of the sun, Emmett. We get all our energy from the sun, ultimately. It supplies all the radiation that warms the planet, and any minor variations in the sun's radiation are going to have an effect here. Now, the climate warmers explain that, in fact, the variations in the sun's output do not cause significant changes on the Earth's temperature. And to a certain extent, they're correct. It's a little bit tricky, so let me explain. The sun's radiation comes out as a lot of different frequencies. There's visible light, there's UV, there's a little bit of infrared, there's some high-frequency UV and stuff. And the totality of it, the total amount of radiation that the sun emits that hits the Earth each year is, in fact, very close to constant. It varies less than 1/5 of 1% each year over the 400 years that we've been looking at sunspots and working out roughly how much radiation hits the Earth. We've been looking at that since 1610. And over that period, it has been very constant. And as far as we can work out from basic physics that everyone pretty much agrees on, the temperature changes due to that are indeed much less than the global warming and cooling that we have observed over those 400 years. However, in the 400 years since 1610, there was a major cooling event called the Maunder Minimum in about 1645, which was a couple of degrees cooler than it is now. There was another one around the time of Napoleon called the Dalton Minimum. And the third time that the sun's total radiation turned down was in 2004. Now, I'll just take a moment to explain a little bit of research I did on the relationship between the sun and the Earth's temperature. Part of my training in Silicon Valley and Stanford University was in what's called frequency domain mathematics. And this is the sort of mathematics and technology that we use to organize telecommunications, such as your smartphone. That's all based on this sort of stuff. Climate scientists haven't got a clue. They've never heard of it. So what I decided to do was apply this sort of technology or this sort of mathematical analysis to the relationship between the sun's solar output and the temperatures here on Earth as best we could from the records we've got going back for the last 400 years, and in some cases by proxy records back 10,000 years, and in a fair bit of detail the satellite records since 1979. So we got all this data and we applied these records in the frequency domain, and we discovered something very interesting that no one had known about. There was, in fact, a notch at a certain frequencies corresponding to the solar period of about 11 years. And there's a solar cycle which is around about 11 years long. Now, no one had known about that, but one of the implications, a leading implication, a possibility of that notch is that there is a small delay in transmitting changes due to the sun's output to the Earth. And that delay will be about one solar cycle, or about 11 years. So if the solar output of the sun started going in 2004, a solar cycle adds 11 years. But the current solar cycle, now solar cycles vary a bit in length, though the solar cycle that's just finished was around about 13 years long. So add 13 years to 2004, you get 2017. So about 5 years ago, we predicted that the Earth temperature would take a bit of a downturn due to this pattern we'd observed over the last 400 years in the frequency domain. Take a bit of a downturn in around about 2017. And we further predicted that the 2020s would be cooler than the 1980s. How's that going? Well, the temperature peaked in 2016. And since then, we've had, according to the satellites, we've had the biggest fall in the Earth's global temperature in recorded history, which isn't saying a great deal, actually, Emmett, because the recorded history only goes back reliably to the start of satellites in about 1979. and maybe using the land thermometers to about 1950. But the point is, we have had a large fall in the temperature, and it has been about on time. It is, although it's part of what's called the La Nina El Nino cycle, a lot of it is unexplained. So the so-called notch delay theory that we have is up in the air. It may well be correct. But to answer your original question, Emmett, yeah, look, we're pretty sure it's something to do with the sun. We get all our energy from the sun. And although the total amount of energy from the sun is fairly constant, the content of it varies a lot. For instance, some parts of the solar cycle, and in some solar cycles but not others, there's a lot more energy in UV or in electrical particles that are thrown off by the sun and affect the Earth. Now, the Earth has an ionosphere, an outer area that's quite electrically charged. There's all sorts of ways of affecting it. In quite small amounts of energy in those high-frequency bands or the electrical phenomena can affect that quite a lot. And there's quite serious theories about how those effects in the ionosphere or the upper atmosphere can affect the way that the ozone in the equator and the poles can vary in height a little bit, which affects the way the tropopause works, which affects the direction of the jet streams, which affects the amount of clouds, and clouds reflect sunlight, and so on and so forth. So it's plausible, this whole theory is quite plausible, that the sun is controlling our climate, not through the total amount of radiation, which is all that the warmest climate scientists will consider, but controlling our climate through the quality of the radiation, which in turn affects our cloud levels. Clouds are awfully important. Clouds and ice between them reflect about 30% of the incoming solar radiation right back out to space, so it never even warms the planet. So about 30% of the light, the heat coming from the sun, just bounces off the clouds and the ice and so on, straight back out to space. But if you change that 30%, say, to about 29.5%, you account for all the global warming we've seen in the last 100 years. So it only takes very small changes in the what's called the albedo, the percentage reflected of light, to account for global warming and global cooling. Now, remember I told you a few moments ago that there were 3 incidences of solar downturns in the last 400 years of records. The first 2 led to major cooling events. They had the Maunder minimum in 1645. You had Napoleon's Dalton minimum. We think now that this solar downturn that started in 2004 will affect temperatures from about 2017 onwards, and we may in fact see the next decade or 2 as quite cool. We think that might finally put an end to the whole carbon dioxide theory of global warming. We're hopeful.
That sounds like, this is probably an obvious point here, that if they spent as much time studying the sun's effect on the Earth as they did focusing on the official narrative, then what you're talking about, the notch delay solar theory, is just as plausible as the ones in the official narrative.
I think it is, Emmett. You touched on an interesting point. The way the politics of climate change, climate sciences works, not only do climate scientists not look at solar effects, they're actively discouraged from looking at solar effects, and it's career death for any climate scientist to seriously investigate the effect of the sun on the Earth's temperatures.
Well, this really is nuts. Well, to carry on with that point then, will we get into some of the organisations involved in the climate change agenda and who benefits from it? Because, in my research for this interview, I think I found 6 in Ireland. This is little Ireland, with all the problems we have here, like homelessness, housing problems with the management of hospitals, long delays in hospital waiting lists for hospital beds, etc., etc. So we've got real problems here, and yet I know there's a lot of money being pumped into the climate change agenda here too. And I mean, the whole island has a population of 6.5 million people, including the north. So why is it that there is this huge international movement of politicians and academics that support the official climate change narrative? And are they kind of, like you said, they're probably ignoring the actual data that contradicts the official story? They're discouraged from looking at the implications or the effects of the sun on the Earth. And the media and academia have obviously played a role in this. So why do they ignore or dismiss contradictory points of view, do you think?
Oh, this is a complex question. It's funny, in Australia and in most Western countries, there are huge problems with debt as well, and there are problems with immigration. As you say, there are all sorts of other problems. And then there's always, but look, the greatest problem we face is climate change. And you go, well, we haven't seen much of a problem so far. It's not exactly much warmer around here. I mean, there's been a little bit of climate change. Just to put it in context, the amount of global warming that's thought to have occurred since 1900 is about 0.8 of a degree Celsius. I don't know about you, but if the average temperature goes up 0.8 degrees, you'd scarcely notice it. All right, so it might go up a couple more degrees, and that would get serious, all right? So again, we get back to the problem of, well, you've got a theory, but there's no evidence. And in fact, there's a fair bit of evidence that kind of contradicts your theory. Aren't we going to resolve that first? No. Climate change is our biggest problem, and we're going to concentrate on that. All right, so you get a suspicious mind and you go, well, why? Now, I was on the climate change gravy train. I got paid a fair bit for doing, well, it was a reasonable job, but I got the feeling that everyone was overpaid. And certainly there are a lot of bozos around me who knew very little, but were on the climate change gravy train, and it was just great for everyone involved. And there's an awful lot of money being sent off to people who organise renewable power and all that good stuff. So we also noticed that if anyone pipes up and points out that the empirical evidence isn't exactly supporting the theory, they get shouted down. But when we look at the names and the letters to the newspaper and the people who are shouting us down, often they have links to renewables companies. You know, they're CEOs of some renewable company, or they're a big shareholder in this or that, or there's some mover and shaker in the whole renewables world. The renewables world is a great source of government largesse. There's huge amounts of public money being spent on building wind turbines to save the planet, solar panels to save the planet. But the money ends up in someone's pocket. And so those people are, of course, fighting vigorously that the theory be, well and truly observed. But there's a much bigger thing at stake here, I think. You see, the essence of climate change is that the sky belongs to everyone. The carbon dioxide up there affects everyone equally. Because once you release carbon dioxide, it just spreads out in the atmosphere just like a gas, right? It is a gas, right? So it's all over the place. So what it means is, it's supposing in your backyard or your country that you were to cut emissions, but people in the adjoining country didn't cut emissions. That means they'd have all the benefits of having cheap electricity and all the stuff that was emitting lots of energy and lots of carbon dioxide, but they'd be polluting the world that you both live in. So this seems like a problem that can really only be solved by big government, really big government, because you need government to come in and step in and say, right, everyone has to stop emitting carbon. You can't have some people emitting carbon and other people. So we've got to take control of all the carbon emissions in our country. But then we have to do it on a worldwide scale, because you can't have some countries emitting carbon and getting a big economic advantage and other countries doing the hard work and making the sacrifices to reduce their carbon emissions. So therefore, we need some sort of global mechanism. And you can see where that's leading. In fact, just run a bit of history by Emmett. This is pretty recent history. This is 2009. There was a big international climate conference in Copenhagen, and all the world's presidents and prime ministers went there, basically. And the idea was to sign up to the Copenhagen Treaty. And this treaty, which was spilled out onto the web about a month beforehand, was going to create the obvious thing. It was going to create some body, some international body, was not going to be elected, was some UN type thing, and it would have the power to prevent countries from emitting more than a certain amount of carbon dioxide, which means that they have the power to interfere on the internal mechanisms of a country, which means that effectively each country is giving up a great deal of sovereignty. Now, as it happens, the Chinese government withdrew first and said, look, this is nonsense, we're not going to sign up to this. And then suddenly lots of other people withdrew too, and the treaty was never signed. But it came pretty close. All those prime ministers and presidents went to Copenhagen with the intent, most of them went there with the intent of signing up to that treaty. That was certainly true of the Australian government. We would have signed away our sovereignty. We'd have let some UN organisation tell us how much carbon dioxide we could emit and what penalties would apply if we emitted too much or something like that. And, I was thinking about it, Emmett. Our media, our press, these hard-bitten journalists, they're onto things. They're very sceptical, and they'd be onto this in a flash. And they usually really care about changes in power. The two really big changes of sovereignty issues are wars and elections. One changes power and one changes sovereignty. And yet here it was, the event in all of human history that would have given away more sovereignty in the stroke of a pen than any other preceding event. And they were completely quiet about it. No one mentioned it. It was just like, oh yeah, this is what we should do. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, we need to do this for the sake of humanity and the planet and so on. So I scratched my head a little bit and thought about it. Who really benefits from this? And obviously the beneficiaries are the people who get to be in charge of this international organisation that probably accretes more and more power as it tells people what they can and cannot do. And these people are unelected, they're bureaucrats, they're sort of that globalist class of people who I dare say live in places like Brussels, although I don't want to talk about Irish politics. They would have been helping themselves to an enormous amount of power at the expense of the rest of us. And they probably would have taken a great deal of money to go with it. And everyone who agrees with big government solutions to everything all thought this was a rather fine idea. And I suppose all the Greens and so on people, the green organisations all get paid lots of money by government nowadays. They probably thought it was a wonderful idea too. I was sitting on the sidelines and going, well, hang on, you got it all back to front here. You haven't shown that the theory is in fact true. The empirical evidence said it probably isn't. So what are you guys all doing? Anyway, that was history. That was 2009. Come 2015, there was the next really big climate conference. That resulted in the Paris Climate Accord. The climate people weren't so ambitious this time. They didn't go for world government. Instead, they just wanted to transfer a great deal of money. We're talking, I think it was 100 billion. It was 100 billion a year or something. I don't know. It was lots of zeros from first world countries to third world countries, and probably had lots of strings attached on it too, so that it got spent in all the right ways so that it helped them. I don't know. I don't go into the details. But there is an enormous transfer of money and power going on in the world on the back of this faulty theory. So you've got to ask Emmett, what's going on?
Yeah. I kind of, all I've got is some high school science behind me, but history and geopolitics is more my bag. And that's why the kind of alarm bells go off for me, like you were saying there. There's an official story which kind of serves a purpose, but the end result is centralized power. And I think that's something that should make us quite nervous. And I know that it's no coincidence when, if we know our history and our politics and then look at the climate change agenda, that there's a lot of different groups that are involved with it who happen to like the idea of centralized power, leftists, socialists, even outright communists or people with communist ideas are behind this. It's very globalist. It's about, as you said, taking a national sovereignty away. And actually, when you mentioned the Copenhagen Treaty there, it reminds me that you said China didn't want to participate. And you think that's somehow connected with the fact that China is doing so well that they don't have anyone else coming into the country and telling them how to run their business and their industries.
Very much so. China is taking the rest of the world for a ride on this. China gets paid lots of money under UN treaties to do with climate for not building plants that emit coal or not building plants that emit carbon dioxide. Then it turns out they were never going to build them in the first place, or alternatively, they just go ahead and build them anyway. They're taking everyone for a ride. The Chinese are building coal electricity plants, one a week. They build more coal plants each year than Australia's already got. They're greatly increasing their emissions all the time. They're just paying lip service to the UN, but getting paid a whole lot of money to do it. Remarkable.
Because we know this is such a big thing, we've established how big it is and how much money is involved and that this thing it's truly global. How are people who are opposed to this within academics or the media or the scientific communities, how are they treated by the establishment, without naming names or anything like that? Are you aware of any instances where, scientists or professors, they've been silenced or attacked by the establishment for challenging or contradicting the climate change initiative?
Hundreds. You may have noticed in the last few years that the left has been criticised with its excesses of political correctness for banning people from social life and from government life for saying something that goes against the PC canon or, a bad joke or anything like that. In climate change, we're pretty sure as climate change skeptics, we were the test case for that. The test case was, can a climate of opinion be built up with the media and so on and using methods to suppress any dissent? Can that be done to persuade the whole of society to take a certain path? And they tried out all these methods on climate skeptics. For instance, Google has been downranking climate skeptic sites since 2011, as far as we know. You get the ludicrous situation that my wife, who has a heavily trafficked climate science site, will write an article, and it's harder to find her article on Google than it is some articles criticising hers by sites that just set up just entirely to criticise Joanne's site and have almost no traffic. if you try to Google information on climate science, you will only be directed, or almost entirely directed, all the best upper-ranking hits and so on, will all go to official sources. So we know that Google is shaping the information that the public sees on this issue. I'm unemployable in any big government area because I spoke out. I quite naively stuck up my hand in about 2007 and said, when Australia, this became a big issue in Australia, and we're about to sign the Kyoto Protocol, and I just stuck up my hand and said, oh, well, I'm a carbon accountant, I had a fair bit to do with this sort of stuff. The empirical evidence doesn't actually show that the carbon dioxide theory is correct. It might well be wrong. Look, there's all this other empirical evidence that it's not working. And in fact, the climate isn't warming nearly as fast as the models say it should be. And for that, I was basically made unemployable. Whenever I go near a government, it looks like getting a job, a whole bunch of leftists pop up and say, oh, you can't give it to him, he's a denier, da-da-da-da-da-da. Denier, there's a term. Denier used to be someone who denied the Holocaust, the murder of the Jews and all the rest of them in World War II by the Nazis. Now it applies to people who disagree with a climate change theory. We're demonized regularly. About once a year, there's someone who sounds off in public, some professor or other, who says that climate change skeptics ought to be jailed or killed or held responsible for all sorts of things. When I did stick up my hand in 2007, I got an interesting email from someone at NOAA, which is the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric something or other in the United Administration in the United States. Now, NOAA is their main scientific government vehicle for investigating climate-related activities. And the guy at NOAA basically said, look, thanks very much for saying this. Nearly everyone here who's involved in collecting data agrees with you, but we are not allowed to say anything. He said, if you suggest any research that might suggest a solar cause, it's immediately banned and your career goes sideways. He said, no dissent is allowed within those organizations. We know of any number of professors and people who, once they retire, say, well, actually, we're not so sure the theory is correct. But whilst they're still working, they cannot say these things. So there's been a massive clamp. Also, Emmett, the whole system works to only hire people who agree with the theory. There are probably around 6,000 or 10,000 climate scientists in the world. To become a climate scientist, you go to university and enroll in sort of sciencey type things, particularly with climate science, and you're taught right from the beginning about carbon dioxide theory. That's drummed into you. And if you disagree with it, you're never going to pass your courses. You're never going to get anywhere. Then you do a PhD and a research degree under people who agree with that system. And again, if you disagree, you're not going to pass. So to become a climate scientist nowadays, you already agree with the system. Then you're employed by an organization in which people who disagree go through career death. The few climate science skeptics who still exist are all very old. People like Richard Lindzen, who's 70-something now. They were in on the beginning of the carbon dioxide theory of global warming, but they were never convinced, and they said so publicly, and they've always had a hard time in their careers since then. But there are no new guys allowed into the system who disagree. So when the warmists say all the climate scientists agree, they're kind of correct in a way, but that's because there's an institutional pressure, enormous institutional pressure to only hire people who agree with the theory.
That's how I kind of knew quite a while ago that something was up with all of this. When you look at the behaviour of those involved and look at how the media treats it, when they start to censor people and go so far as affecting people's livelihoods, you know that that's the typical totalitarian behaviour disguised as humanitarianism. So they have this nice face on it, let's save the planet, but it turns into this whole grab for power, censorship and destroying people's careers. It's fascinating. And actually, I've got a quote here from Professor William Happer. He's a physics professor at Princeton University, and he said this: there's a whole area of climate so-called science that is really more like a cult. It's like Hare Krishna or something like that. They're glassy-eyed and they chant. It will potentially harm the image of all science. And then after that, in an interview, he apologized to the Hare Krishnas. So there are some, but like you said, this guy he's much older. He's at the end of his career. I kind of got the impression he doesn't really give a shit. But unfortunately, there needs to be more people speaking out like that to kind of turn this thing around.
Yeah, William Happer's about, I think, 79. And as you say, he's so old and so senior, he doesn't care anymore. He's free to talk out. in other cases, people like me, I'm still only 57. I'm a young guy for being a climate skeptic. I talked out because when I was about 45, I talked out and then I became unemployable in certain areas. And they called me all sorts of names in the press and what have you. I was quite rude about it. So what have I got to lose anymore? So the only people who are outspoken climate skeptics are, for one reason or another, kicked outside the system. We're outsiders. And so if you want to be an insider, if you want to be on the government gravy trains, if you want to be part of the power elite and all the rest of it, you can't disagree with the climate theory. So it self-perpetuates.
Is there any large or notable organizations who are kind of opposed to this? I know there was at one stage a group, I'm sure they're still operational. I couldn't find any information on them, including their name, but I know there's a group out there there was an international kind of signatures of scientists who are opposed to all of this.
There aren't any groups. The best and biggest one you've got is Heartland in the United States, which is an umbrella group for a number of conservative issues, including climate change. They organized a number of international climate change conferences. No one else has dared to do it, basically. Or not very much anyway. There are a few smallest organizations that do it, but they're all kind of country-specific and small. Government gives out large amounts of money and tax benefits and all sorts of good stuff to people who toe the line, mainly green groups. But if you go against them, life becomes much more difficult. Now, those groups of signatures and so on, they're organized spontaneously. There is a world of skeptics, climate skeptics, prominent climate skeptics. We use the web. The web is not closed off to us yet. We have blogs, we have email. Climate skeptics rule the internet, by the way. In fact, it's sort of interesting. Climate change was the first issue that was really impacted heavily by the internet. You see, prior to the internet, the mass media pretty much had a monopoly on the distribution of high-quality information. So when the media is sort of telling you at all levels that, in fact, carbon dioxide is a major pollutant and a real problem, and we better do something about it, everyone kind of goes, oh, okay, suppose so, all right. But on climate change, this was becoming an issue. For instance, Al Gore's movie was in 2005, shortly after the internet took off. And so people passed around a lot of this empirical evidence that was going the other way and said, no, this isn't a problem at all. So about half people in the West, when interviewed, will tell you that they don't believe in climate change or they think it's much exaggerated. And the reason for that is the internet has been able to spread this stuff. Now, there is a sort of informal groups of skeptics operating through the blogs who will get together and sign stuff or push government or write documents when asked, explaining what the problems are with the climate dioxide theory and so on. We do that, but there's no organization, there's no money, it's all done on donations. If you want to donate to Emmett, if you want to donate to us, go to my wife's blog at joannenova.com.au. The future of climate science, what's going to happen? Two things. First of all, the notch delay theory is more likely correct than not, so you'll probably find that climate change ends of its own natural accord over the next decade or two and the temperatures go down. That'll be disguised because the people who gather the data at the moment are so convinced that global warming is occurring, they'll probably adjust the data. That's a different story. The second thing that happens is the theory is just a theory. There's an error in there somewhere, and someone will find it. And at some stage, that error will be publicized. And at that point, there'll be a problem.
Right, so the solution, as with all things involving chaos and a bit of deception even, is just kind of speaking the truth. I suppose that's the solution going forward, is using the internet, like you say, speaking the alternative viewpoint on this and just keep pumping it out there, and hopefully something will change eventually.
But some truths, Emmett, are politically unacceptable, aren't they? I mean, there's an enormous amount of political capital and prestige riding on the ruling class's acceptance of the carbon dioxide theory. So if it turns out there's a rolled gold proof that the carbon dioxide theory made a mistake back in the 1960s and the modeling's all wrong, what do you suppose they're going to do? Are they going to just go, oh, sorry, we made a terrible mistake, let's reverse this? Or are they going to suppress it?
Yeah, no surprise there. That's basically how they roll. As well as that, they also, we can tell, like I said, about the MO of the control freak types we have running things. They have catchphrases. So, climate change denial is another little catchphrase that it's this little quick kind of packaged phrase that catches on. And when you disagree with the official narrative, they just slap you with that label and they encourage other people to laugh at you. It's a very effective way of shutting down debate on the subject.
Yeah, there really isn't any sensible debate. I mean, what I told you, for instance, in the beginning of this interview about the state of the debate, I've never heard that on a mainstream media source. Nothing as sensible as that. It's like, well, this is where we are. You never hear that.
To conclude then, David, is there anything else coming up for you? Are you just going to keep putting your information out there and, perhaps maybe, building up the website, things like that? What plans do you have going forward?
Well, Emmett, I'm a modeller, and this climate debate has all been about modelling. And there's a mistake in the models. We know that because the empirical evidence indicates that. So when I find the mistake, I'll publicise it shortly afterwards.
Excellent. Well, thanks a lot, David. It's been great hearing more detail about this, and so refreshing to have a different viewpoint from what we're told through the mainstream media. For the listeners, the website is sciencespeak.com. Some great articles up there and more details about the stuff we've talked about. So thanks again, Dr. David Evans, for the interview. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you, Emmett.
There you go. That was my conversation on climate change with Dr. David Evans, a modeller, mathematician and former consultant for the Australian Greenhouse Office and Department of Climate Change. Check out David's website, www.sciencespeak.com. Some really detailed information up there about everything we discussed on the climate change movement. Resolving Reality Radio, an Irish podcast challenging your perceptions of the biggest issues in the world today. Welcome to Resolving Reality. My name is Emmett, the creator of the resolvingreality.com website and host of this podcast, Resolving Reality Radio. Resolving Reality is an independent Irish media platform that examines national and global issues, featuring opinions and topics not covered in the mainstream media, including the alternative, the politically incorrect, the undiscovered and the ignored. Check out the website for all our social media links and platforms, which you can find in the footer on each page. Follow us on Twitter @ResolvingOr, both capital R's. Find us on YouTube, where you can listen to the podcasts, but also watch our video content. And don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. We are on Mixcloud, but if you prefer to listen to the podcast in higher quality WAV audio, click on the SoundCloud icon to visit the Resolving Reality SoundCloud profile, where you can download the episodes in high quality as well. Resolving Reality Radio is now on Stitcher and iTunes, plus check out our BitChute profile and you will find all those links right there on the website, resolvingreality.com. This is Resolving Reality Radio. In this 8th episode, I discuss feminism with a Canadian YouTuber by the name of Judith Chapartier. We discuss the different waves of feminism and how earlier waves are different to the extreme variety we see today. We also discuss the connection between radical feminist ideology and Marxist ideology, the influence of postmodernism, and the much regurgitated myths and propaganda of radical feminism, including toxic masculinity, patriarchy, rape culture, and male privilege. We outline how feminist propaganda is based on negative stereotypes of men and the impact that feminism has not only on males, but on society as a whole. You can find Judith Chapartier on YouTube, and our channel is called The Outsider's Perspective. Also follow her on Twitter, @JudithChar. That's Judith with a capital J, UDITH _ then capital C, then HAR. Keep listening to Resolving Reality Radio. Judith, welcome to Resolving Reality Radio, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
No worries, my pleasure. So yeah, it's really good to talk to you. And I found your YouTube channel and The Outsider's Perspective while I was looking for a guest to speak to about feminism. And the videos are excellent. They're very detailed, very passionate and honest. And, you examine feminist ideology very well. What was your motivation for creating the channel? And, why did you decide to put your thoughts about feminism, out in public on YouTube?
I just had a desire to speak about it, I guess. I've been dealing with feminism for years now on social media, and I figured it was about time for me to start speaking my own mind. It was more like a new experience I wanted to do, and it just like little interest I had in it. So I just told myself, well, I'm just gonna go ahead with it and just do it. Like, why not? And feminism is something I think about constantly. So, like, I'm far from being an expert about it, but I think I've gained some perspective.
So, what kind of feedback then do you get about the videos? What kind of responses do you get from people? Are they mostly, positive, mostly negative, or is it more balanced?
It's mostly positive. From my videos or my Twitter, it's overwhelmingly positive what I receive. And it's usually angry feminists who don't like what I say that just decide to, spread their anger on me and call me name and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been overwhelmingly positive.
It's good to hear, and it's a good time to be alive, when you want to say things, you can just go and create. So it's awesome. And you get feedback straight away, yeah. Well, just before we get into feminism itself and the background of it and all of that, let's look at Canada for a moment. I know you guys are struggling with the political correctness and all of, yeah, I bet you have. I'm sure you have. And I think all Western countries are very similar in that way. So is Ireland, so is Australia. And how bad have things been getting? Like, when did you notice that things were really starting to get crazy? Was there one particular thing that happened, or was it just a build-up of madness?
Well, I think in everyday lives, political correctness is not really that powerful. Like, we don't talk about it, or we just go on with our lives. We make it, well, with the people I hang out with, we usually just make jokes about it. I have gay friends, I have people like that probably really interested in the whole political correctness thing, but they just make jokes about it. Like, even the people that it's supposed to be for don't even take that seriously. I mean, outside of universities or some parts of the medias, it's not really a subject that comes up a lot. But I'm also, if I was younger, like in my teens or my early 20s, if it would be like a subject of conversation between my friends and I would think that it is. People nowadays seems to be a lot more inclined towards social change and all that, but like everyday life, people don't really talk about it much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that we're definitely going to come back to why that happens, or why that is the way it is later when we start to talk about indoctrination and universities and stuff like that. Yeah. And one of the big things that happened in recent times, obviously that made me notice what was going on in Canada, was obviously what happened with Jordan Peterson. So I know some of the details here, but remind me, it was over the gender pronoun drama, wasn't it? Something like that.
Exactly. It was, the whole debacle about it, why he got so much hate for it, because his position about the Bill C-16 for him, it was a matter of freedom of speech, because this piece of legislation is unprecedented. I think in the Commonwealth in general, like the government never made a piece of legislation that tell its people what words they can or cannot use. So that's what he got upset over. Not the whole, trans issue was apart from that. That's what he was concerned about. And he was concerned about that because he spent his career educating people on both the right and the left and where the extremes lead. And he noticed that speech helps the oppressor, never the oppressed in the long run. So you don't want your government to tell you what words you can or cannot use. It's absolutely, it's despicable for them to, it's an overreach of power. That's the way I see it, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is, for those of us who understand how totalitarianism works, it's quite obvious what the real agenda is. So, like, how bad is it over there now? Like, if we're having a conversation in the street in Canada and I say to you, look, I'm not a man or a woman, you need to call me like a unicorn fairy. And if you don't respect my rights, will you get like thrown into the gulag, or is there any sort of consequences for doing that right now?
So far, I've never seen anything in the news about actually taking this piece of legislation to prosecute people. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it's that useful or they just made it into law to appease the push by feminist organization, or what did they do with that? But I would like to see, like, if they would actually prosecute someone who refused to call a trans man a man. That would be interesting to see, actually, because like I said again, it's an overreach of power. Like that's the thing. Like, I can have a conversation with you and call you the most vile, evil thing ever, like a dumb cunt and whatever. Like, but fine, to me as a woman, and I refuse to do so, I'm in breach of federal law, and I could be prosecuted for that. Where's the fucking logic in that? There's no logic. Absolutely none. It was to appease feminist organization by pushing feminist ideology into law. That's what it was all about, the way I see it anyway.
Yeah, it is crazy. Like, you think, do the politicians in government not have anything else better to do?
Yeah. Oh, not the Trudeau government, no.
That sums it all up. When you have a feminist teenage girl disguised as a man in charge of the country, well then, that explains everything. But, to get into feminism, and I mean, I know in preparation for the interview, I did a quick little study on feminism in Canada. I didn't complete it, but, from what I can see, it seems to have had the same general development as feminism in other countries. And I suppose we should start off by looking at the idea, before we move on to neo-feminism. We could start with classical feminism. Do you think that maybe early feminism had some sort of merit, like there were good things about it in the beginning, right to vote and work and things like that?
Oh, absolutely. Like, in many ways, I'm a classic feminist, like second wave feminist. I believe that women are people and we should have the right to vote and have any sort of rights that men have, which we do in Canada. And I think every Western country there is, women have the same rights that men have. And of course, and at the time, if you look at first wave feminism in 19th century, like, men had right that women didn't have. And I think the way they looked at it was wrong. Like, in Canada, until the late 20s, women weren't considered person. Mm-hmm. So they couldn't run for certain political job because they weren't technically person under law. I mean, that's appalling, especially when you consider that there is no good reason like why women were excluded from political, offices and jobs and all that. Absolutely no good reason. Like, it was mostly just due to, a gender division of society was pretty strict. And women at their jobs, men at their jobs, but then women decided, hey, we want a little bit more. And that's the funny thing. Like, women decided they wanted more, they fought for it, and they got it. And then people are still upset nowadays over it. But yeah, to go back to the point, yeah, certainly we weren't considered person. There's a lot of things we couldn't have. We couldn't, like, even at the time, when a man and a woman married with divorce, usually the child would be given to the man because he was considered the one to be able to provide. And eventually, yes. So to make a little parenthesis there, if you ever get into an argument and they tell you that, divorce court is just misogynistic because they say that women are better carer, and that's just relic from an ancient time where people believe women are better carer. Like, no, that's bullshit, because it's a woman who promoted this idea that children, especially under the age of 4, should be given to the mother, because it was early care or something like that. They called it. Like, she came up with this theory that young children needed their mother more than their father. So that's when it changed, and then that's why it's still impacted in family court today, that usually the child is given to the parent because we considered mothers to be better carer, but that's not. But yeah, there's a lot of rights we didn't have, which made no logical sense that we didn't have as human being, and they fought for it, and it got better. And yeah, first wave feminism did a lot of things good.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the thing as well. Of course I'd agree. Anyone sane agrees that all human beings should have these these basic sort of rights. And then of course when things start to move forward, and now we can maybe skip forward in time slightly to the activism in the 60s and the 70s, and everything start becoming very student activism, and you had the following wave of feminism kind of coming through in the last few decades. Then feminism kind of morphed into something else, like it was a good thing, and then it starts to become almost like too much. Now it's like we need to prioritize women at the expense of men. And then it starts becoming more, hypocritical almost, where it's supposed to be, we need to be treated fairly, but yet the other side is deliberately being ignored, and it just becomes imbalanced.
Yeah, there's a refusal to see what the consequences of your action do to other people. And they don't, it shows, it's one of the points where it shows that they don't really care about men. They just care about women, because if they do something, they implement a policy or a law that benefit women, but it's bad for a man, they won't say, oh, maybe we just need to adjust things so it's fair. No, it's always about what do women need? We need more rights, we need more power, and that's the end of it. The feminism nowadays is just a political movement for more power for women as a group of people. That's how it started. And it should have been done away a long time ago. Like, I'm an egalitarian, and I think like we should move away from feminism because it's become too regressive. If we want to move forward with more equality, which is a very good concept, we need to do away with feminism. It's dragging us all down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well said. And I suppose then, if we could try to categorize, the neo-Marxist kind of side of it, the neo-feminist side of it. Sorry, if we could kind of categorize that nowadays. So, if you were explaining it to me, what neo-feminists are and what they believe in, what would you say? How would you categorize their basic belief system here?
Well, honestly, I'm not sure what you mean by neo-feminists, because there's so many different types of feminism. So do you mean like the fourth wave feminism, or?
Yeah, I suppose the newest wave, the more radical aspect of feminism, I suppose, overall.
Well, if we talk like fourth wave feminism is the rise of social media, and now feminism has adapted to it. But yeah, there's a lot of radicalism in feminism, which I'll never understand why anyone would give a radical so much power and such a great voice. Like, we should never listen so much to anyone who's a radical in anything. Their views are always going to be extreme, and they're not going to listen to moderate people or be or have any sort of common sense, but that's just me. But
Yeah.
I think like modern feminism changed a lot with I think it's the third wave of feminism, which started in the 90s. And that's where intersectionality began, really. Because you take Marxism and then you realize that, well, society is divided into two. Men have all the power, women have no power. So it's a gender class struggle between those two. Yeah, but then you go beyond that. Okay, my experience as a woman are specific. They're different than the experience of a man. Oh yeah, but my experience as a black gay woman is going to be different than your white feminism is going to be. So you need to address the specificity of my experience. And it's become, neo-feminism has become a lot selfish, self-centered.
Mm-hmm.
It promotes, I think, the worst qualities in people.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really self-serving and arrogant. It's about me. There's a group of people here in my part of French Canada, and they make these public videos, which is hilarious because they're a publicly funded organization that bitch about like society and how sexist it is toward women. You're funded by the government. What the hell are you talking about? And they make they made one video about trans people and the way we should address them and all that. And oh my God, and I don't mean generally speaking, but some of those self-identified non-gender binary and trans people who are more like politically motivated, it's all about them. It's me all the freaking time. Like, how much of a narcissist are you to think that everything is about you? It's like, quiet down a bit. It's not just you in the world. It's also everybody else who's got to live with you there.
Yeah. And, as well for the listeners, for people who don't really understand the Marxist connection and the neo-Marxist aspect to it, for the listeners, basically, Marxism was about the bourgeoisie being the oppressor class and a proletariat being the oppressed class. So after all the Marxist regimes and politics and stuff over the years, when they realized, look, Marxism doesn't work, they didn't give up. They just changed their brand slightly. So feminism is it's a new brand of the same thing, isn't it? On one class, you've got the oppressors, the other class, you got the oppressed victims, and therefore the victims deserve special treatment now, and that's all it is, debate over, kind of.
Yeah, but that's the difference with when they have adopted Marxism into feminism. Before that, it was your first wave feminism, which we just discussed, really good things that they did. Even second wave feminism was more about women in the workplace and reproductive rights, where men still have more rights than women have. There were still social injustice like pay inequalities and all that, which is, they really work at issues that were obvious and
they needed to be fixed.
Exactly. They needed to be fixed. They worked at it. They fixed them. But now we're just nitpicking at little tiny things that don't even fucking matter in the long run. And the Marxism and all that, it absolutely doesn't help anything.
Before we get into some of the classic, parts of the ideology like the patriarchy and stuff like that, let's quickly look at it's a big subject, but we'll have to be brief. The effect of postmodernism, right? Which is kind of, from my understanding of it, it's the idea that reality isn't objective. I think it's subjective. You can kind of make up your own reality. So when you take the feminism, the latest wave of it, and you mix it in with Marxism, and you mix it in with postmodernism, and you mix that up in a big pot, for dinner. Yeah. That's why you've got these people, the radical ones, who they think that they're right and their version of reality is correct. They think they're oppressed, and they're very highly motivated, and then it just leads to chaos, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. They think their version of reality is the only right one, and they think that because they're very arrogant about it. it's what Peterson said about people who likes Marxism so much and socialism. Like socialism and Marxism doesn't work. Every time it's been implemented, it's become a failure. You wind up with Stalin and what he did in Russia.
Yeah.
But people nowadays saying that, if I were to make my communist state, it would turn into a communist utopia where equality would reign because I'm such a good person and I wouldn't fuck it up like Stalin did. And that's imbued with so much self-serving arrogance. Like, that's just what it is. And that's how I got to learn everything I know about feminism. It's that by observing feminists and how they behave. And that's how they behave. Why do they behave like that? Well, that's just arrogance.
Yeah.
That's self-serving arrogance. That's what it is. It's thinking that you're so goddamn important that everything should be about you. It's no, absolutely not. That's the difference. Like your definition is of a postmodernism is really, really good, because I think as the essence of it, it's the value of subjectivity over objectivity. And like my subjective truth is what's more important. No, it's important to you, and it should be important to you. But you have to understand, everybody else is not going to love you as much as you love you, and you have to respect that. But no, they want to impose what they believe in and support on others, and that's where I have a problem with. Like, if you want to be referred to as any pronoun, fine. Like, but you cannot actually, that's the thing. That's my workaround around this law here in Canada. Is you can by the law force me to use certain pronouns, but like I can stay gender neutral. I can use the pronoun they, which apparently is supposed to be gender neutral, or at least they're forcing it to be a gender neutral pronoun. So I don't have to refer to you as either man or woman. I'll just refer to you with a gender neutral pronoun, and there you go. Everybody's happy. Like, find workaround. Like, don't let them win. Like, no, you stand up to that kind of behavior. You don't just bend down and let them win. No,
you don't really want to give them too much space, because then you start having these really fucked up English sentences. If you're going to start calling people they, then like those, they, them, this, that, it starts it could really lead to absolute chaos there in the English language. And another thing as well, all right, so let's examine the patriarchy idea. I know you made some great points on this in the videos, but for the listeners, kind of let's go over them a little bit, right? So they're based on the ideas of hierarchy and oppression, of course. So, like, what does the radical feminist theory say about the patriarchy?
It's a oppressive system that's everywhere, and it controls your life. If you're a woman or a minority, or not, a white straight cis man, it's domineering. It's everywhere. You have to be politically motivated every day to fight it. Otherwise, you'll let it win. It's like the boogeyman. That's how they see it. It's the boogeyman that's there to get you. It's paranoia. There's too much paranoia in there. I don't quite support that at all. But yeah, that's what it is, the boogeyman.
Yeah, and I mean it's based on the idea that also it comes from the idea that hierarchies are bad. And you made the point in your videos that, well, no, not really, because without hierarchies, like you mentioned about sports teams, I think it was hockey or something you mentioned, and it's like without hierarchies at all, nothing operates. You wouldn't be able to get on a train or get on a bus, or you wouldn't be able to go to a supermarket or anything like that, or anything that works in the real world without some sort of a system. And to look at all hierarchies as being oppressive regimes is just not accurate.
And the funny part is that if you look at those, any peace or feminist organization, they organize themselves in hierarchies. It's not everyone that has the same position within that organization. There's probably a leader in there. There's someone that decide, okay, what are we doing this week? And you should be doing that. You should be doing that. They're natural, and they probably operate under hierarchies too. But they feel more probably free in their hierarchies because they consulted everybody else and to try to be more egalitarian in their approach, not to hurt anybody's feeling or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose that's the sexism of the radical feminists coming out, because if they're in organizations where women are running them, then they don't have any problems with a hierarchy. Yeah. But if it's men in a hierarchy, all of a sudden, oh, this is bad. They want to take over the world and commit genocide, because they're white men. It's just the sexist thing kicking in again that distorts their perception of reality almost.
Yeah, exactly. And like the way they look at it is, the world used to be dominated by men. Like if you take first wave feminism and all that, men rule. But now they say women should rule. The future is female. It's like, okay, first, when men rule, they weren't all like, okay, let's oppress the women. We're so much superior to them. Like, it's all about men being men and them being second class. Like, we'll teach those women. It wasn't at all like that. Like, most of it was just a lack of understanding in science and biology. Like, up till the 60s, they said, like, women can't run marathon, their uterus is going to fall out. Like, no, we've understood a lot of things since then because of science.
Yeah.
That eliminated a lot of like sexism we used to have. So they didn't do it on purpose to be mean. I mean, sure, a minority of them did. There's always going to be sexism and racism. But nowadays, women take the same approach, but they go full on with this idea that we need to like oppress the men. We need to put them behind us. We need to rule as women and create matriarchies. And like, no, you're literally becoming the person you hate, but you're doing it. So it's fine when you do it. But when somebody else that you hate is doing it, that's when it's a problem. Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the double standards.
That's the hypocrisy. Yeah, double standards, hypocrisy. It's all like do what I say, not what I do. It's not a high standard of living, and I don't support that at all.
Yeah. And then the next one, then another one we hear quite a lot is the idea of toxic masculinity. And I'm sure you're aware that the Gillette ad that was out recently, and I'm happy to see it being absolutely destroyed on YouTube. People abusing the ad, abusing Gillette. I even saw some videos of a guy smashing Gillette razors with a baseball bat, which was hilarious. Like, it was his protest. And so it's really in your face, this thing.
Oh, yeah.
And are promoting this toxic masculinity idea. So, what you explain to me, what are they trying to say when they say toxic masculinity? What are they what's the point here when they say this?
Well, certain masculine behavior are problematic to women. That's basically like the crux of it. Like, saying like when boys roughhouse and you just say, oh, they're just boys being boys, like, or like locker room talk, like guys just speaking about boobs and women and objectifying them. That's not nice to do. And making rape jokes and stuff like that, that's not nice either. Like, the concept, like, toxic masculinity can be a lot of things to many people, but overall it's like behavior that women see in men that they don't like, and they think that it should be better, which was the whole message that Gillette tried to send. Like, you should be better. Like, yeah, sure, fair enough. But why are you just saying that to men? Are you saying women are already good and men need to pick it up? Like,
right.
You need to do the same sort of ad towards women to tell them not to be such, promiscuous being who abort their babies all the time, and use men for financial gains and status and all that. Are you going to tell, why just men? Why is it men that are doing so terrible that you need to lecture them, patronize them into changing? Like, they do a lot of good things too. Like, it's a minority of men that do bad thing, and it's a majority of guys who are just every day just doing their thing and supporting their family and going to work. but not to feminists. To feminists, like it's, oh, they promote rape culture and they prevent us from going to work and holding the positions we want to have. Like, it's like the patriarchy, like it's groups of men telling women what they should be doing, and say absolutely not. Like, what evidence do you have? And usually they'll nitpick at tiny little details that support their ideologies, and they'll completely ignore anything that does not support their ideologies. They're completely flawed in their perspective, only see what they want to see and ignore everything else. That's why I made that other video about like the anti-intellectual nature of feminism. You don't have great thinker in that movement. Like, I mean, you have this intellectual dark web, like right now with your Eric Weinstein, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, and they're all like really smart guys, like university professor and all that. And what does feminism have? Lisa Milano bitching on Twitter, like Kathy Griffin. Is that what you have?
Yeah, it really says there's, well, yeah, because, and what the point I'm going to make now ties in with that, because what the radical feminists are doing is that they're judging a whole group based on the behavior of a very small percentage of people within that group. So, you know, imagine if 1% of all of, not 1%, 0.1% of all the men in the world are rapists, you know, like a very, very small percentage. They're going to say, oh, all men are potential rapists now, and we need to start educating, you know, boys in school not to rape girls, you know?
I hate this argument.
Crazy stuff.
If a guy wants to rape you, it's because he's a bad person. He's morally flawed, he's entitled, and he has control issues.
Exactly.
It's not because, like, he has a penis. A penis is not, like, a definition of what a rapist is. Like, it needs more. Like, it's so...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's so sexist and unfair, but they don't see that because it helps them. It helps women to see men as being bad people, because then they'll know they have to protect themselves. If I made a tweet about it, I was pretty proud of, like, they support sexism. They flat out support sexism and promote it as a political concept that's needed to change things. It's what the KKK used to do 100 years ago when they were huge in the United States and they had political backing and so much money, and they made parades in the street and they saw themselves as the defensor of white purity. They were good people trying to better their society, and that's exactly what feminism is doing now. They're using the same hate tactics, but they think, no, it's for our own political gain, and it's important that we do so because we're oppressed. Like, no, you're not. If you're able to have the medias at large support your cause, you're not oppressed. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a great point. I saw that tweet, and that's how crazy things have gotten, because it's the same in Ireland. We have the feminist movements here. We're trying to get the justice system to change how it processes, you know, people in the court of law, because there was a rape case in Northern Ireland, and the feminist movements here are trying to get the justice system to change due process, you know? Yeah. So basically a woman can accuse a guy of rape, and maybe she won't even have to be in court because it's going to be too traumatic for her. But the point was made, hang on a moment, it's like, before, if you accuse someone of a crime, you both have to go to court. You got the plaintiff and the defendant, and you know, it has to be equal, and you have to prove your case. But, you know, so yeah, we have that here where the feminist movement's just getting really, really powerful, and whenever they click their fingers, the government jumps. You know, it's like they're slaves to the agenda, but yet they're claiming that they are oppressed. Yeah. So it's backwards.
Yeah. They appeal to human better nature, to want to help and support those who have less. And you saw that in the old Gillette ad, like, man, you can be better. And then, man, well, I want to be better. So I'm going to do everything you tell me to do because I want to be a good person. They're abusing power and authority that they have over people. And you can only abuse authority when you have it, when you have power to do so.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes more and more obvious the more powerful they get. That it's amazing that people still think that some are oppressed. And of course, women today, I'm not saying everything is perfect now, but like we already talked about, there was a need for, classical feminism in the earlier waves to fix things and make them balanced. But now it's harder to see why there's such a need for it and at all. Never mind the fact that feminism seems to be going over the top now. The radical element is now, because in Ireland we still have problems with high suicide rates among boys, and males in general, and they're being neglected. But the education system is now favouring women. There's more women teachers, and the boys are becoming kind of neglected now, and the state is siding with the women. So it's going too far now, and there doesn't seem to be as much of a need for it. And it's a very different thing to what it used to be, put it that way.
Yeah, there need to be an end game. There need to be, okay, we want more equality. Okay, well, define what equality means to you. It means this, and that. Okay, so when we'll have this, and that into law, will you be satisfied?
Yeah.
That's what we need to have now, an end game. Like, you need to point at what you want, and then when you get it, you shut the fuck up now. Like, you got everything you wanted.
Yeah.
But no, they always find things where they're not happy with, in which we have to change societies and policies and law so that things can be easier and better for women only. It's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And another topic is the whole, domestic violence thing. And in my first interview with the Resolving Reality brand, I interviewed a guy called David Walsh here in Ireland, who's the head of an organisation called Men's Voices Ireland. And it was an interesting interview. We're talking about men's rights and men's issues. And of course, we had to talk about feminism because it's, changing the dynamic of how things happen here. And he talked about this report that came out in Ireland a few years ago. It was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, about the domestic violence issue. And the results of it showed, because the feminists will always say domestic violence is pretty much men oppressing women, beating up women. But the facts show that the violence happens at, male to female at comparable rates. Yeah. It's equal. And actually, one of the groups that apparently committed domestic violence with the highest were actually lesbian women.
Yeah.
And of course, you will not get the progressive governments, letting that one out. It's obvious why, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh no, they will never admit. Nobody likes to admit that they're wrong. But yeah, the numbers are pretty much the same here in Canada. It's pretty much 50-50. Lesbian couple are the highest violence, and it's easy to understand why this is happening. Like, men, since I've been young, men have been told that, hey, don't hit women. Violence against women is wrong. But we never hear that same discourse. Women hear the contrary. Oh my God, you hit him? What did he do to deserve it? Like, did he cheat on you? Like, it's his fault if you hit him. And you see feminists promote this idea pretty constantly too. It's never me who did something wrong. It's the man who provoked me. So it's okay. I'm defending myself. Absolutely not. That this goes against the concept of equality. Absolutely, like, you're treating two gender differently. You're judging one guilty even though both of them are. That's so unfair. That's not equality at all. You're promoting inequality here, especially like it's 50-50, those numbers. So why you just concern yourself with women? And that's where you see really what they think of men, as men being undeserving of the same kind of empathy they show women. And like, one reason I'm not a feminist is that because I support the concept of equality. They do not. They promote the concept of feminism, which is like a rebranding of the timeless concept of equality, but it's not the same. It's like, we need equality for women. Like, everywhere we see men doing things, we want women to be doing things the same way. It's okay, fair enough, but that's not what equality is. Yeah, those statistics are really telling of what the mentality of both men and women are in society. And men And men, like if men are so dominating in society, how come they're killing themselves so much? How come they feeling so disenfranchised?
Yeah, it's that's I suppose with the media has a big effect as well, and academia, of course, because they keep focusing on a certain narrative. So if they keep focusing on the narrative that women are oppressed, like you say, they'll just ignore things that don't fit into the ideology.
Yeah.
So the suicide rates in Ireland for males has always been a big problem. Now I think it's probably worse now because the more powerful feminism gets, the more of an effect it has on younger people and everybody, but also the younger generations. And I had this experience in college a while ago. Where you have these 18, 19-year-old girls walking around talking about the patriarchy and how oppressed they are, while guys are opening doors for them.
Yeah.
And but it's okay to abuse guys because they're guys.
Yeah.
And especially young men as well. They might not be mature enough or intelligent enough to understand what's happening to them. And they're dealing with these young women who are ideologically programmed, basically, and it's going to affect their mental health, and it just makes things worse for everybody.
Yeah, so many men don't realize this is happening. Like we talked earlier, like I get a lot of support, and oh my God, I'd venture to say like 99% of the support I have is from men, and just men thanking me, like, thank you so much for saying the thing that you do, because when I do it, I'm just being insulted and put down and being told to shut up. And that's, and oh my God, like, why do women let that happen? Because they don't care. They want just power. They're not like they don't want equality. They want power. And they don't realize that, like you said, like those little tiny 18-year-old and teenagers and like that, they're just being told how to think, and they like feminism because it gives them so much power over everything, and it gives them like the ability to put down anyone who question this power. Like anybody who stands up to feminism is insulted.
Yeah,
I'm being called everything. Like today, an MRA. Like you're an MRA. Like I support men, but I'm not an MRA. Or you're white conservatives. You're a Nazi. You're racist. You're sexist. I'm being called a misogynist a lot because I'm trying to hold women to a higher standard. And apparently, you can't do that. You can't tell women you're supposed to be responsible.
Yeah.
No, women should be able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, and not being judged for it. If you judge them, you're misogynistic. Like, what kind of logic is there?
Yeah.
And men, like, I like to consider it like it's social harassment, like on a social scale. Men are stuck in a catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And a good example for it, like you mentioned, is like holding the door for someone.
Yeah.
Some feminists will tell men, hold the door for a woman when she comes in. It's respectful. It's good manner. Show her that she's worth it. And then other feminists will tell the same man, don't hold door for women. We're able to hold our own door. What are you telling us we can't hold door because we're women? And men are constantly being told two different things depending on what feminists want to teach them. And like, what do you do with that?
Yeah.
What do you do when you're oppressed all the time? What do you do when you're falsely accused of something you've never done and everybody is on the side of the person who's lying? You wind up killing yourself. No matter what you do, you can't win. Like, it must be so terribly frustrating. Like, I feel bad for men nowadays, what they go through. Like, they're in some ways, they are way more oppressed, like at least socially oppressed, than women are.
Yeah, and well, we're kind of getting into the heart of it now. Like, I think feminism, really, when you analyze it, it's something that is kind of built to kind of attract certain types of women.
Yeah.
And what it does is it kind of uses the ego, because everybody has an ego, and my personal opinion is that I judge people as individuals on their behavior, on their personality, and and if someone has an ego, if a girl has an ego and she hears about feminism, it fits her ego because she doesn't have to change. If ever there's a mistake, she's people will always side with her over a guy. The table isn't even. And it kind of the ego comes into play, and it just like basically it kind of makes people into spoiled brats because they can just get what they want and they don't have to mature or take responsibility for their own actions.
Yeah, men are being told by a razor company, you need to be better, you need to change and adapt, you need to be better. Women, you're fine just the way you are, you're a perfect little queen, don't ever change, let your individuality shine. And like, hey, you're a queen, and no, like you're a flawed human being too.
Yeah,
you can change too. There's a lot of things that women could do better instead of just being angry harpies all the time. Like they feed it. Like you said, like it's all ego. It's what they appeal to it. But I've seen a lot of women, like you were toward feminism, a lot of women suffered some kind of abuse or discrimination in some way. Like it's more common with American women. I see there's a more disconnect between both genders. In Canada, we're pretty egalitarian, especially here in Quebec. Like we've been told since I was young, and I'm in my late 30s. Like women can do whatever they want. It was my mom's generation. Jobs were pretty restricted to what a woman, it was socially acceptable for a woman to do. But my generation, you can do anything you want, no problem, nothing's holding you back. But American women don't hear that a lot. There's a lot more of a gender divide, and it's usually due to religious conservatism. Like women need to stay in the home, and women needs to wait till marriage to have sex. They need to be virgins and all that, but yeah, there was a lot of it attracts people who've been abused in some way, and I mean abuse. Like it could have an annoying stepfather who was a bit controlling, like don't wear that if you go out or you look like a slut. It might just be like tiny little comments like that, and then they go toward this feminism. They go toward it, and they learn about the patriarchy, that men are controlling and ruling their life. And then she thinks of her stepfather and his comments, and they're like, oh my God, like my mind just been blown. I've been open to this world where I'm oppressed and men are controlling me, and it's so unfair, and we need to do something about it. But they never look at the other perspective of things. Are you really oppressed? Like, can you find reason why you're not oppressed? I mean, one of the biggest one is you have the same rights that men do. Like, I was attacked today on Twitter by a very a pro-feminist who was really popular, not to name names, but his idea is like, Canada is not egalitarian, there's only been one female prime minister. And I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't know that we judge the egalitarianism of a country by the amount of female prime minister they had. I thought like the amount, like the fact that women have the same rights as men counted for something, but apparently no, I was misguided in that. But yeah.
To move into I'm just thinking of the time as well. To move into the, the whole the rape culture catchphrase, because as I'm sure you're aware from because I know you understand how these things operate, that catchphrases can become part of the pop culture. So if you have these ideologies that the state or academia wants to promote, like radical feminism, they usually have ways of marketing it. And I think one of the good phrases they used was rape culture. It's been used a lot, and I suppose it means that it basically implies that every man is a potential rapist. But I mean, what would you say is the definition of this? What do they mean when they say rape culture?
Well, when they say rape culture, it means that our culture promotes and encourages rape, basically. And they use the flimsiest of evidence to support this claim. Like, we make jokes about rapes. It means we don't take it seriously. We make jokes of it, like I was saying, like locker room talk, like guys talking bad about women or sexualizing them too much, guys thinking that they just can grab women at a club or something like that. They use the tiniest, flimsiest of evidence to support this thing, and they completely forget that rape is a crime. People are prosecuted for it. People are sent to jail for it. People don't have a good opinion of rape. Like, I don't see someone...
Yeah, it's a pretty serious thing, yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, you don't see a media outlet saying, well, this guy was arrested for rape, but, it's not a big deal.
I just thought something on that. This is my personal view. I think I should just put that on the table first. I think that any man who is a rapist, not a potential rapist, not an alleged rapist, an actual rapist, is a man like that is a piece of shit,
Yeah.
and I'd be happy to stick him in prison myself. That's my attitude. And but and I think that a man who is like that is nothing at all alike to a normal everyday guy. He's got nothing in common except the fact that they are male, and on top of that, I would say that I think, a rape is a horrible crime. I would be happy to, stick that guy in prison myself. But what's equally horrible is women making false rape allegations. That's equally horrible because men have killed themselves over it. It can ruin their family and their life, their professional life, and that would be a form of equality. So that's my take on it. But also as well with the whole rape culture thing, I don't like that phrase. I think that's propaganda because it's just a small percentage of men who actually are rapists. But when if you switch on the news, they make it seem like there's rapists around every corner.
Yeah,
exactly. It's exaggeration.
I grew up there. I grew up a feminist because it's like more or less a social norm, and I was scared. I was the kind of woman who was scared to go out, scared to interact with men, thought they were dangerous. And the more I interacted with them, they're just average Joes, like my father or my brother. They're not rapists. And there's a tiny minority of them who are, but absolutely not. Like, it's such lies. And that's one thing that made me distance myself from feminism. So many propagandas and lies, flat out lies, and just to support their ideologies and their beliefs. They want to believe that men are a problem, so men are rapists, men are dominating, like there's a patriarchy and all that. And no, you need to look at all the perspective, not just the one that benefit you. It's more than just you.
Yeah, exactly. There's another part is another not really a catchphrase, but I've actually heard women, again, some young women in college just repeating feminist propaganda, talking about, we don't need men in society. We could survive without men. Now, here's what I think. I've never ever said that men could survive without women. I've never said that, but I've heard feminists saying they could survive without men. Now, and my overall view is I don't think men and women are supposed to be in competition. We're supposed to be complementary. We're supposed to work together and be good at different things. But I have to say, my background, like professionally over the years in different jobs, I've done a lot of construction jobs, a lot of physical jobs. And there's a lot of things that men do for society that feminists will never acknowledge, running the infrastructure, building the bridges, the roads, shipping, car mechanics, electricians and everything. And when I hear feminists saying they could survive without men, I'm like, okay, please, the next time they wouldn't understand this. They would think, oh, you're being an oppressive man and, you're just good at using power tools. And I'm like, well, that's a pretty good skill to have.
Yeah.
Like trying to say that men are just bad, they're only rapists or they're only, misogynists, they're only oppressors. I'm like, people who talk that way, they're not appreciating all the unique jobs that men do and things that they do, that women don't do or don't want to do or whatever. And it's just, they're just focusing on the most negative men in society, like rapists, exaggerating that and ignoring all of the positive roles that men play in society.
Yeah, you can see the sexism towards men very well there. They don't appreciate men and what they do at all. Mm-hmm. They only look at the negative. Like if like what you said, like I've never heard either a man say, "Oh, we should just live amongst men, just get rid of the women. It would be such a better world." And no, men don't say that because most of them are heterosexual and most of them like women. They want to have women in their lives. They like them. Like, ooh, such like shocker, like news here. Like, but talk to women and they won't say that. I've seen even women supported like pseudo-scientific journals saying like there's no such thing as straight people. They're just like spectrums of gays. And I was like, oh yeah. I've had to defend my straightness to lesbians once because they were attacking me for saying you're not straight, it doesn't exist, you're just really gay, but you won't admit it. Like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm straight. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, it's becoming
it's crazy.
Like, it's a complete and I think it's based on a lot. Well, you're a lesbian feminism, you're angry lesbian from the 60s and 70s. I think that's where it comes from. So complete rejection, of men. Like, yeah, if you're a lesbian, you're probably not going to think about men a whole lot, and you realize you can have a perfectly happy life without them. And I think this idea has been politicized and put into feminism. It's like, no, we need each other. I think the reasons are pretty obvious why, but
obvious to you, yeah.
Like, do I need to spell this out for you? Like,
yeah, exactly. But this ties into what you were saying when you're dealing with people who have the postmodernist thing in their brains, where they make up their own version of reality. That's why, people who are not very intelligent and they're spoiled and they buy into these ideologies. So like a lesbian woman who has that kind of personality thinks, I would love it if all women are lesbians because that suits me personally. So every straight woman is really a lesbian on the inside, and I just need to convince her because that's what's good for me. This is the postmodern spoiled brat thing in the extreme. That's what it is.
Exactly. And it reminded me, like, when a show in the 90s called The Outer Limits, and it was kind of like the Twilight Zone, which every episode addressed a different story. And there was a story where they were in the future. It was a matriarchal society. They got rid of all the men and they just kept the sperm that they needed to reproduce. And then they decided to unfreeze a man to have them live in society with them. And what did happen? War broke out, because that's what happened when you have men to a society. They always just want to go to war with each other, and I believe that at the time. Like, I'm almost ashamed to say it, but like, yeah. And you still see this mentality nowadays. And I like the little trivia fact that came out, like, queens throughout history, like in England and all that, they wage more wars than kings do.
Yeah.
So this argument that like women are less violent than men. Like, have you ever seen two girls fight? Like,
yeah,
we have a name for it, like a cat fight. Like, women fight all the time. They're really mean to each other. So why do you think they wouldn't wage wars or fight each other or murder each other?
Yeah, exactly.
I like to just, like, yeah, matriarchal society, just like you were saying, like all the tough job, like no women would want to do them. Like, a matriarchal society would collapse at the first instant, like a sewer blocks, and then society collapses because no woman wants to have to go down to that sewer to fix things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's how, like, I was going to say, who made that movie, Gillette? Maybe they made it, but I was just thinking that's how radical feminists see men. They think that men. I've actually heard a girl. With my own very own ears, I heard a young girl say this in college. Eventually we'll have a society without men, and we can use other forms of reproduction. And I laughed because I thought that's hilarious. That's how some radical feminists see men. They only see them as these like walking sperm donors. Yeah. But that comes from the mentality of someone like who doesn't appreciate all the things that men do. And me, because of the work I've done and the things I've done over the years, I'm like, without the masculinity of men, the good side of masculinity, being able to do physical jobs, being a little bit competitive maybe, using your strength and all the things that men kind of contribute. Without that component, society wouldn't physically run. You wouldn't have electricity, running water, and all the utilities, because those jobs, some of them, they involve physical strength, they involve things that men, happen to be better at.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're better people, but things like, your STEM subjects, science, technology, education, math, but the mechanical jobs and that to me, when I heard that in college, it made me laugh. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with this new wave now of women who, if they buy into feminism, they don't see all the things that men do, and they just see men as being these walking sperm donors, and that's it, kind of.
Well, yeah, that's what they call male disposability. That's why it was women and children first on the Titanic. Men don't matter. And it goes back to biology. Well, if you want a further society, you need a lot of women to have babies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, women can have one at most, maybe 2 twins and stuff like that. But so if you want 50 kids, then you need 50 women. But you only need one man. You don't need 50 men. You need one to have so many babies. And that's where like male disposability comes from. And they use that all the time to shame men, like the whole Gillette ad, who, by the way, was made by a radical feminist. Just so
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, just found out. No surprise there.
Yeah, big shocker. Yeah, but like the fun thing I just want to add, like it's perfectly acceptable. Like it shows the power feminism has in society when a teenage girl in university can say, "Oh, we should get rid of all the men, and society would be better," and it's fine, and people support that. But if I were to say, if we could get rid of all the Jews, then society would be better. But then that's a problem. I'm a Nazi if I say that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, double standards again.
Completely. Yeah.
Yeah, and for our last section then here, we'll just look at the effects of feminism on society in general, and like what will happen if we don't start, if people don't start to wake up to this, like look at some of the consequences here. It's obviously dividing men and women. It does things like it encourages women to prioritize their careers over having kids. I don't have a problem with that too much, but obviously, bringing the biology into it, like you said, if women kind of have feminist ideas in their heads and they put their careers, they put off the idea of family too much, they might be leaving it too late. There's lots of different effects that it can have here, and so what do you think about this? What happens if it goes too far?
I think that just the oppression of men is just going to further and further and further. A lot more men's it's not going to be solved in the next 10 years. I think this whole issue of work death and suicide and men quitting school and all that. We need to address feminism and stop it for having so much social and political power. But no one wants to do that, because then you're marked as the bad sexist person who wants to stand in women's way. It's a huge issue, and I don't think it has any simple fix. I mean, this is leftist ideologies, and communist Russia shows you where leftist ideologies can lead. Now, I don't think we're going to lead into an oppressive regime where men are going to be put in work camp, because I don't think women are organized enough to like construct a society in which they have so much control like that. Like that's a lot of work, and they usually leave the hard work to men. But yeah, I think it's just going to get worse in the next 10, 20 years. And I think what's going to help, we need to stick to scientific understanding. There's so much pseudo-scientific ideas in feminism, like this whole idea that gender is a social construct.
Yeah.
Like, no. Like, I have a uterus. That's not a social construct. Like, a man has a penis. That's not a social construct either.
Yeah.
But I know what they mean by that. But they're mixing this little ideas. Like, for me, a social construct, like gender social construct, is the way like women have long hair, men have short hair. That's the way we socialize people into gender categories. But that's what, for me, like social gender has always been. Like things like that. Women wear skirts, men don't. And it's like that. But now they're pushing this idea toward, no, everything about gender is wrong. We're supposed to be agender blobs of human skin, and that's all there is to it. Anything else, like I'm a woman because the patriarchy wants me to stay in the home and have babies. It's like, oh my God, like no understanding of science. And that goes with this whole postmodernist thing, like a complete rejection of authority, a complete rejection of science too, because science hurts feelings as a non-binary person. It's no.
So as someone who who gets easily offended will look at all the scientific books and all these professors saying to them, hey, you can't change your sex. It's not possible biologically. They'll say, don't oppress me. You're an authority figure. I shouldn't listen to you. And they'll pull out the liberal, the leftist handbook and say, oh, when someone who's authority talks to you, tries to talk some sense into you because you're dumb, you should ignore them because they're oppressing you.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Talking about the whole solutions to this going forward, I think that would really help because of the way a lot of feminists are programmed. They're programmed not to listen to men. Yeah. And that's so effectively half of the population there is being ignored now. And I think a good way around that is for more women to get more active in kind of analysing feminism and just saying, hey, we need to look at this. And there are a lot of women who do see it for what it is. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really important. And I think we need more of that,
Oh, yeah. And the fight in the fight for supporting men, like, saying society at large that men are really oppressed and socially in this way, women have the biggest voice. There's so many like MRAs women or egalitarian women just like me. Like, I don't think what I do is original or novel. I'm just following on the footstep of me and many other YouTubers or Twitter people or feminists, writer, novelists, and all that. Women who who stand by what I stand to, that feminism is going too far. It's disenfranchising men. It's putting them in the category with rapists and murderers and all the evil of society. That's wrong, and we need to stand up to that. Mm-hmm. That's how we're going to change it, by standing up to things. It's not going to change it if nobody does anything about it. So I'm not doing much. I'm just doing my part, and I think it's important, and I'll keep doing it no matter how many angry feminists come my way and tells me to shut up because I'm wrong and stupid. It's no.
But that's it. You got to just stand up for what's right, and you got to speak up and be heard, and try to reach as many people as you can. And I think that's kind of a good point to finish this off on, and we should be optimistic, and I'll keep doing my work, you keep doing your work, and keep trying to awaken people to these like dangerous ideologies. And we just have to keep generating content and reaching as many people as we can.
Yeah, and that's the thing I've been thinking about for a very long time now. Like, if you look at what Jordan Peterson's been doing, he's been helping a lot of men realizing things, finding meanings in their lives and all that. And a lot of young men go towards Peterson a lot more than young women go toward Peterson and what he says. And for me, the obvious reason is that women are offered feminism. They're offered power. So they don't need meaning and understanding. They're being corrupted by power. So that's what you want to attack. You want to be able to reason with women in a specific way that they'll understand. You can do that with men. You can get through men with logic and reasoning and understanding and facts and all that. But you can't do that with a woman. You can't work that way in the same way with a woman. And it's been very hard trying to find a way to talk to these ideologically possessed women and try to wake them up, which is an expression I don't really like, but to make them view things from a different perspective. They don't want to. The perspective they have gives them power and authority and all amazing thing that they want to have. It's selfish and all that, like we said. But so I think that's where the challenge is. That's where the challenge is now. Like, we have to keep supporting men because they sure as hell need it, and we have to help women find more reason to exist than just wanting power and being in politics and taking men's job and position and wanting to be like a man. There's more. Like, there's a real rejection of anything feminine in feminism, which is funny because like the biggest and most amazing feminine things women do is have children.
Yeah.
But we've been so spoiled by technological advancement that we don't see the value in having children anymore. feminism and people at large seeing as an hindrance to wanting to have a career and a wonderful life and being social with my friends. Having children is an hindrance. And I think that's the conservative side in me. Like, we need to go back to more traditional value. We need to have women by to be mothers. Like, we need to value the roles of mothers a lot more in society than tell women, no, just put your kid in daycare and then society will figure out the rest. No. So that's where I am. Yeah, I think that's the challenge that we have nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to, like tying into what you said there, that, feminism has done such a good job of convincing women that, you don't have children. Having children is, you're going along with the patriarchy.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can achieve more than that. But from a philosophical point of view, the way I look at it, and I'm sure the feminist camp would go mental if they heard me say this, but I think that, like, being a parent is a beautiful job, and it's a great privilege that women have that men don't have. And for feminism to come along after all of these millennia of human beings being alive, for feminism, radical feminism anyway, to convince women that that's not that important, having a career in so-and-so company or working for the government or whatever, in whatever job, is more important than being a parent. I think, no, sorry, like philosophically, from a bigger picture point of view, I don't really see how there's any one job that's more important than being a parent.
Yeah, and that's what I offer as an argument to somebody on Twitter today. Like, she asked me, why is it always men who are billionaires, who have all the money, they're at the top? Like, it's unfair. Well, it's because men can't have babies. If men could have babies, they'd do what women do. They'd be at home, wanted to take care of their babies and their families.
Great point.
But they don't. Women are born with a purpose and a role. So they don't have to figure out life in the same way that men have to. You can always fall back to, I'll just be a mother and have kids and become a stay-at-home mom, and that's perfectly acceptable. But men don't have that. Men are meant to find their own meaning for their lives and find their role in life, and where do they fit in and what does it all mean, and especially when you consider that personality-wise, men tend to be more industrious and conscientious. Well, combine that with this need of making your mark in the world. Well, that's why men are mostly billionaires over women.
Right, yeah.
They have this added drive that women do not have.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing. It's not an insult to women. It's just that there's differences between the two. Like the yin and yang symbol.
Yeah.
If you imagine that white is feminine and black is masculine, they work complementary, and they're not supposed to be the same. And that's why the whole neo-Marxist thing that we have in the Western world now, affecting all the feminism, the transgender movement and all that, it's all based on the idea of this forced equality, which is against nature.
Yeah.
And it's that's why it's causing chaos, because you've nature on one side and you've got ideology on the other side, and it's just going to cause friction and chaos.
Yeah, I think you summed it up really well. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think, this has been great. It's actually, I've learned some new things, and it's been great fun as well. And, maybe we should do another one at some point if more stuff has happened, more big events has happened, and we can kind of, now that we've covered the basics, we can do another one and get into some more detail and just analyze it, because, it is a big issue. It's a really big issue that affects all of us, and it needs more analysis, and, that's why we should do another one and kind of keep putting the message out there, basically.
Yeah, yes, totally. Yes, I think we see things very alike. So I sort of like that, instead of always being judged on Twitter and being told I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about. It's a change of pace for me. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries. No, that's great. That's why I'm here. No, it's good, because there's a lot of people out there who are of like mind, and this is what happens with the ideology thing, is that people who are ideologically motivated are very noisy. They're very passionate and noisy, and, well, I wouldn't say passionate, they're noisy and activist, and kind of the rest of us are quiet, but that doesn't mean we're not switched on to what's happening. So that's why, conversations like this happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Well, look, Judith, thank you very much for your time. And, I'll do that proper introduction separately and I'll send it to you as soon as I can. But it's been absolutely awesome talking to you. So thank you for your time.
Well, thank you a lot for the opportunity. It's my first collab with another YouTuber. So thank you very much for that.
You are listening to Resolving Reality Radio. That was my interview with Canadian YouTuber Judith Chapartier. Make sure you find Judith on YouTube. Her channel is The Outsider's Perspective. And don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. This is the podcast for Resolving Reality, an independent Irish media platform. Visit our website. Welcome. Here's another short audio piece talking about Marxism, this time Marxism's relationship with Satanism and also how that compares to Christianity as well. So in my book, Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult, I've got a section talking about the importance of Christianity for Western civilization, that Christianity is one of the pillars of the West, capitalism, Christianity, culture, and the traditional family unit. And communism has always been anti-Christianity overall. And it's obvious to see the historical examples, the persecution of Christians in the Bolshevik regime in the Soviet Union post-1917, the Holodomor genocide, the Spanish Civil War, and more examples of anti-Christian hatred. We had Red China's persecution of monks in Tibet, their persecution of the Falun Gong, which is the pretty harmless spiritual meditation group in China, and they use those Falun Gong members for organ harvesting, which is quite horrific. And also the fact that they use the Uyghur Muslims as slaves in the Xinjiang province, autonomous zone, for slave labor and so on. So there's countless examples of this anti-Christianity all through communism. The desecration of churches and temples shows this anti-religious, particularly anti-Christian side to communism. And in the section of the book where I talk about destruction of the church and religion, here's a few quotes from the book. Quote, "Socialism is precisely the religion that must overwhelm Christianity." Antonio Gramsci, Prison Notebooks, 1929 to 1935. Another one, quote, "We communists are like Judas. It is our bloody work to crucify Christ, but this sinful work is at the same time our calling. Only through death on the cross does Christ become God, and this is necessary to be able to save the world. We communists then take the sins of the world upon us in order to be able to thereby to save the world." Georgi Lukács in Communist Hungary, 1919. Another one, quote, "Communism is that stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and supersedes them." End quote. Friedrich Engels, The Communist Question of Faith, 1847. And finally, quote, "Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of the heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people." End quote. Karl Marx, Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, 1844. So this hatred of Christianity as well has been all through Karl Marx's work, from his poem Human Pride, quote, "With disdain I will throw my gauntlet full in the face of the world and see the collapse of this pygmy giant whose fall will not stifle my ardour. Then I will wander godlike and victorious through the ruins of the world, and, giving my words an active force, I will feel equal to the Creator," end quote. So there we can see clearly that Marx wasn't atheist. He believed in God, but he was anti-God. That's a big difference. So communism has a reputation of being atheistic, but the truth of it really is that it's satanic. And this is something that more and more people are catching on to. But when we say satanic, what does that mean? People have different interpretations. They might have limited knowledge. Certainly a person, if they're, say, a Christian, for example, they would be very familiar with this concept coming from the Bible, being aware of what Satan is. But what is Satanism? Now, before we get into more detail, anybody can be satanic, even Christians. A person can identify as whatever they want in this life, but their actions, their behavior can be satanic. So, for example, the idea of being service to self, being more self-orientated and being more concerned with yourself than looking after other people is satanic. Another kind of element of Satanism is the idea of denial, the denial of godly or universal morality, that there's no such thing as universal right or wrong. And connected in with that, the idea of moral relativism, or psychopathy in other words, the idea of a person making up their own version of what's right and what's wrong, which obviously allows a person to engage in harmful or negative behavior because they can just invent what they think is right or wrong. What it's really all about what's good for them, back to the service to self and kind of narcissism thing. Another element of Satanism is the idea of being against God or against God's plan for the world. Now, I appreciate a lot of you, they might not believe in God, you might not be religious. It doesn't really matter if someone's atheist or they're Christian. We're all dealing with what globalism is doing to the world. You don't have to be Christian to fight globalism, but certainly Christians have an advantage in understanding the satanic side of all this. So being against God's plan or being against nature or the natural order is another way of putting it. Satanism is against those things, and being against those things, being against the natural order and God's plan, it tends to create chaos and destruction, which is exactly what Marxism does. Also, there's the satanic idea that human beings are no good, that God made a mistake, that humanity doesn't deserve to be here in a sense. That's kind of Satan's perspective in a sense. Another example is, a person, they're having their life dedicated towards hatred and not love. Well, hatred is the idea of can generate negative energy and cause harm to other people. So if a person dedicates their life towards hatred and not love, that is just another example of being more satanic than being godly in a sense. So like I said, Christians have an advantage in understanding this stuff, but they're also quite limited in knowledge because they won't really go outside the Bible and other Christian books. They won't study into the occult, or they certainly wouldn't understand Satanism and looked into that. So they've got quite limited knowledge. So if you look at the Bible, you remember, what was the devil's brief? Well, the devil was kind of like not equal to God, but a subordinate of God. Right? I can't remember the passages, but remember how God was almost like the boss, and the devil was carrying out a mission for God of being the opposer. So the word Satan, I think it's from the Hebrew or the Sanskrit word shaitan, meaning opposer. Right, so opposing what? Well, opposing God's plan. So Satan was also known as being the tempter, the slanderer, the deceiver, not just of Jesus, but of humanity in general. So, tempting Jesus in the desert when he was fasting, but not just that, but of tempting humanity in general. Now, again, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or the devil or you believe in this stuff. Look at what's happening in the world right now, and you can see this satanic influence coming in through all the stuff that Marxism does. We'll get into examples of that later. But basically, if you remember, Satan's brief was not necessarily to destroy human beings, but to get them to destroy themselves with their own free will. That's a big difference, and that's really at the heart of this, because you look at Marxist brainwashing, it turns people into anti-humans. It brainwashes them in such a way that they actually believe that destruction is benevolent, or being anti-life and being anti-God's creation, that those things are good and not evil, right? So we'll get to inversion in a moment, but for an example, what I'm talking about, Abortion is clearly an example of something that's been pushed by Marxism via the feminist movement that's against creation, and that's actually death. You couldn't get a better example of something that's more satanic than abortion. It's an act that a human being can do, which is more about themselves than about giving and about creating life, and it's against God, and it's obviously against nature, because it's obviously natural for women to give birth, but it's unnatural to have an abortion. So this is why Marxism traditionally, the communist movement, has been against Christianity, because Christianity, okay, even though it may have been distorted in some ways, and some of it's up for debate in many ways, it is generally good for Western civilization. And even though there might, say the Catholic Church, which we'll get to a bit later, has been, representative of Christianity, and so many others have been different interpretations of Christianity, but in general, Christianity represents the natural order, universal morality, the creation, etc., and the creator. So, but Satanism, then another element of Satanism is the idea of turning all that upside down. Inversion and deception, turning things upside down. So an example of that would be feminism, and also the trans movement. Feminism as, turning traditional gender roles upside down, encouraging women to be more dominant and aggressive and more egotistical, and less timid and feminine, and encouraging men to be more timid, passive, to let women take control more, and so on. So that's the example of the inversion I'm talking about, and as we've seen, the results of that have been catastrophic. By allowing women to become more dominant and aggressive, it's bad for them, it's bad for society, it's bad for global affairs, and so on, because they're just not suited to it. And men are obviously, when men become more timid, recessive, pacifist, that's bad as well, because they should be taking the lead, particularly when it comes to the defense of nations and the defense of their families and communities, and so on. We also have, the inversion in the trans movement, right? The inversion of gender. We've seen that quite clearly. They're literally trying to make male into female, female into male, and they've used, the trans movement through hormone replacement therapy and gender, sexual reassignment surgery, and all this bullshit to try to go against God's plan, go against nature. And one of the oldest examples of the natural order in humanity is male and female. And we've seen, thanks to not just the trans movement, but the modern age with our processed food diets, lack of animal fats, less sunshine, sugars, drugs, everything else, and the internet and radio waves, microwaves, all this stuff has affected the genetics of human beings as well. And it's all that stuff has an impact on hormones and gender. It's not just the trans movement. And we've seen basically in this age that God's plan, the natural order, has been distorted because of the modern age and what Marxism has done. Another kind of element here of this, which is Satanism, which will resonate hopefully to the audience, is Satanism is the idea of encouraging base emotions in people, or to bringing out the hatred, the envy, the weakness, the arrogance, of creating chaos and destruction rather than harmony. Satanism is about all of that, causing divisions, and Marxism does all of that. It brings out all of that stuff through the indoctrination. It encourages human beings to be shitty human beings, pretty much, right? And a lot of this knowledge comes from the world of the occult, right, which is kind of, occult is from the occultari, or oculus meaning eye. Occultari in Latin is hidden from the eye, or hidden from sight. So occult knowledge just is nothing to do with cults. Occult means hidden knowledge. This is the kind of knowledge that is not so much mainstream. It comes more from the conventional religions. It comes from other sources, shall we say. I personally kind of had an interest in this stuff because I believed in the New World Order and global elites and Satanism and secret societies, and I believed that those things existed, and I wanted to understand my enemy. So I spent a bit of time looking into these subjects, and this is where a lot of these concepts come from. So Satanism, again, one of the things it does is it brings out the worst in people and causes division and hate. An example of how Marxism does that is the whole socialism thing. Marxist socialism, the whole thing of we need to take from the rich and give to the poor. And what does that do? It makes the poor seem oppressed. The rich are the oppressors, and once you have that class struggle, and you put one person in the oppressed class and the other in the oppressor class, the oppressor class tend to become a target, and they become on the receiving end of a lot of violence. And that's exactly what's happened in the history of communism. And how does all that work? Well, Marxism, because it has this satanic element to it, it encourages envy and hatred between those who don't have that much and those who have a lot more. And then the results we're plain to see: the destruction of civilizations, economic collapse, famine, genocide, and so on. That's how the so-called communist regimes of the 20th century was able to kill so many people. Yes, war, invasion, murder killed a lot of people and so on, but executions, but it was mostly starvation from governments that caused all that. And what did all that? Well, they were able to, state control, and they broke up society. They tried to remove the classes, take from the rich, give to the poor. And how people got on board with that was because of the satanic influence of Marxism. Their negative, aggressive emotions, their sense of disenfranchisement was encouraged in the beginning, and that's what led to all that death and destruction, one of the factors. Another thing which is quite satanic attached into Marxism is this notion of the people having gargantuan egos, believing that their purpose in this life is mainly to save the world in some way. It might be to save the women in feminism, to save the animals in veganism, to save the planet with climate change movement, which is one of the funniest examples of what I'm talking about. The idea that we are going to save the world is the height of arrogance. It's the opposite to humility or being humble. And Marxism has always encouraged that out of control ego. And as I pointed out as well, the out of control ego is not just restricted to people in that category of what we would call the political left or the liberals, progressive, that they're erroneously called. They're all just Marxist cult members. But the ego is not just within that group. You can also get people with gargantuan egos on the political right as well. And I've been saying this for quite a while. People having these massive egos that they believe they are the ones who have the best answers, and they're going to come forward and lead us all and save our countries from being destroyed because of what this globalist system is doing. So this ego, like I said, Satanism is something that can contaminate people right across society. Related to that as well is fear. So I was talking about Satanism bringing out people's the lower characteristics of human beings. There's lots of different types of courage, different types of fear. There's the fear of, being afraid of getting into a physical altercation. It can be a little bit disconcerting for people who've never been punched in the face before, or, being in the middle of a war zone or something. There's different types of fear, the fear of things like public speaking and so on. But a very important type of fear to talk about is inner fear, specifically the fear for you to self-criticize or to accept criticism from others. Because if you're afraid of that, it stops you from evolving as an individual, and it leads a person to becoming mentally weak or unevolved, or immature is another way of saying it. And if a person doesn't really evolve in this life, that leads them to have stupid thoughts, stupid actions. They end up being a liability to people around them, or a social parasite is another way of saying it. So they end up becoming unevolved. That's Satanism, the idea of human beings not evolving and becoming a low quality human being, regardless of their age. And obviously connected in with that then is people with grandiose egos, or narcissists, are usually cowards internally. They're afraid to face up to the truth about themselves and their limitations, or to face up to their issues. So in order to compensate for that, they project this idea of being having strength or being a warrior, etc. It's just fakery. It's not real toughness. And so that is really Satanism in action. When people don't have the courage to evolve as individuals, and they become imbalanced, and they become a low quality human being who's usually bad for themselves and bad for people around them. Now, there's a reason why communist movement has been against the Catholic Church. Of course, like I said, it's not the only denomination of Christianity on the planet, but the Catholic Church is also the biggest Christian organization on the planet, has been very, very influential throughout human history, and that's why the communist movement has been very keen to attack it at every opportunity. So we have to ignore the corruptions within it and look at what the church overall was promoting for most of its history till Marxism started to really impact on it in the 20th century. It's the largest Christian organization in the world, highly influential, and it promoted traditional family values. There were certain ideas within Catholicism or Christianity in general that were good for civilization. You know, the ideas of the traditional family unit of man and woman, the idea of producing children and having a family, the idea of respecting nature, looking after the land, of being prosperous and so on. These are all the kind of ideas that were encouraged not just in the Bible but in Christianity as a whole. Now, it's no coincidence that in the 20th century, I mentioned before about the communist movements pretty much making a beeline for Christians, destroying churches, massacring Christians, committing horrible acts of satanic violence against Christians all through the history. But then we also have the feminist movement in the 20th century in particular, you know, when the different waves of feminism came along, particularly from the 1960s onwards. The feminist movement was getting a bit more brazen and started to oppose the church on things like the church's views on contraception, on abortion and so on, which opened the floodgates to abortion becoming normalized, which again is Satanism. So anything that gets in the way of life being created it can be interpreted as being satanic, whether it's contraception or abortion and so on. And the feminist movement has done other things, like it's had a massive impact on the traditional family unit, it's normalized divorce, etc., etc. You can see all those examples there are plain to see. And I mentioned the trans movement, how it inverts gender, turns male into female, female into male, or it tries to anyway. Obviously it's all nonsense because the cells in your body, the millions of cells in your body, your DNA is imprinted on your cells, and you can get all the surgery and take all the hormones you want to. If you were born a male, you'll still be a male, and the same goes if you're a female. The trans movement, as we can see, destroys people's lives, not just psychologically, but destroys their bodies. It sterilizes people, which ties into the whole eugenics thing and population control, because it mostly affects white populations, people of European genetic stock. When you take hormone replacement therapy and have sexual or gender reassignment surgery, their bodies essentially become butchered, and then they end up not being able to have kids. That's Satanism. That's satanic undertones of Marxism. It's against God's creation, it's against nature, and it stops people from reproducing and creating more life. That's Satanism. So you can see the anti-life and anti-humanity undertones. It's not just about brainwashing and pop culture and trans activists. It's much deeper than all that. There's also the climate change movement as well, I mentioned, which is quite funny. It says that God made a mistake. God created humanity, and he just totally forgot that we were going to generate all these technologies to produce CO2, and that the planet would need to be saved and we'd have to start eating more leaves and all this nonsense. So the climate change movement is another example of this anti-God, anti-nature thing, and it says that we shouldn't use the animals for food, that we shouldn't use the resources on the planet like the fossil fuels and so on, that we should build these ungodly, unholy technologies like wind turbines and solar panels and all this crap to live on this planet. It's just there's a tremendous amount of arrogance at play here. And by the way, that's a very satanic thing as well, to say that we know better than the creator how things should go on this planet. It's all very satanic. And even with veganism as well, human beings, I don't want to go into too much of a tangent here, but I put this in the book, that it's very natural for human beings to eat animal products. It's very natural for us to do that. It's no coincidence now in the 20th century that we've never had bigger problems. We've never had problems like this before in our history, of people being anxiety and depression and lower birth rates and the lower testosterone levels and so on, and people having more early onset Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and so on. All these things a lot of it is connected in with our diets and the fact we don't eat animal products as much as we used to in the past. So veganism again is satanic because it's unnatural, it's against the natural order, and it suggests that we're not supposed to use the animals for food as God intended. So much more I could say on all that. As usual, thanks for listening. The website is resolvingor.com, so the letter R for Romeo, resolvingor.com. The book is Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult, available on many different platforms, including Amazon, Barnes & Noble, etc. So you can check out the website for those links. Also, you can find the content on YouTube, TikTok, and a bunch of other platforms. And make sure you follow on X at resolvingor. Thank you very much for listening, and I will speak to you in the next one.
The Right Side with Doug Billings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Right Side with Doug Billings. Okay, my guest today, Emmett Connor, is the author of the Red Pandemic, the global Marxist cult. I want to bring him on right away and let him talk to you about this book. Like I said, I was on an X space with him the other day, and just an incredible amount of information about topics I think that you will find very interesting. Emmett, welcome to the Right Side. Reagan, let's bring him on. There he is.
Good afternoon, Doug. How you doing?
I love the accent. My homeland, Ireland. Emmett and I were talking a couple of days ago, and I told him that my ancestry hails from the Emerald Isle and Scotland, England, but primarily Ireland. And it's good to meet a fellow Irishman and to have him on the program. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you. Keeping busy. Everything's good.
Let's talk about it. Let's get right into it. Let's talk about your book, the Red Pandemic. Let's just start with that phrase of the book first. It's the global Marxist cult. And what when you talk about defining Red Pandemic in your mind, what is it?
So basically, I chose the word red because it's just the symbol, or traditionally the color of what people call communism. And then pandemic is, I was trying to link it in with COVID and to show that we had a more serious pandemic, or we have a more serious pandemic of crazy revolutionary behavior, and that it's coming from Marxism. So a little bit sensationalist, but it makes perfect sense. That's the first part of the title anyway. And then the rest of it then is obviously drawing attention to Marxism and the fact that it is indeed a cult movement. So we're dealing with fanatics, basically. We're trying to build some sort of new world.
And this is so the global phenomenon is one thing. We'll get to that. In America, before I met you, if someone were to say to me, the global Marxist cult, I have said, at least for 4 years on this program, that what we see in our Democrat Party, and just for your sake, I don't really refer to them as Democrats. They have blended communism, socialism, Marxism, fascism. They've blended all of the isms together. And the Democrat Party of John F. Kennedy, I mean, for goodness sakes, the Democratic Party of Bill Clinton, in my opinion, doesn't exist anymore. It's this commu-socialist movement that has put forth several items within their agenda. And just to summarize a couple of them, again, in my opinion, immorality, a complete devaluation of morality, of basic, what we call here in America, traditional American values, which really I think can be defined as just Judeo-Christian values. And they absolutely are going to war with those values to fundamentally transform America away from that. Is that what you're seeing in Ireland and other countries around the world as well, Emmett?
Oh, absolutely. What you described, this kind of degeneration of the West, is a global issue, and that's what's helped me to wake up to what's happening. Is that I notice the patterns, mass immigration, the things that affect us, radical sex ed, the climate change movement, the control of free speech, you name it, the trans movement, all of it, the attack on Christianity, the same pattern all across the West, all in a coordinated fashion. And of course, this didn't all just fall from the sky. This is quite old. And it's really created this situation now where we're all kind of in this kind of struggle.
I saw a clip, and I'm not going to know the details, the gentleman's name. This was a clip that was taken on the grounds of an Irish university over in Ireland, and there was a professor being arrested, literally being arrested because he dared to speak out against the liberal agenda. I think it was the transgender movement specifically that he was refusing to engage and refusing to advocate that children would, for example, benefit from this transgender ideology and the policies and the platforms and the politics that surround all of that. They literally put him in a paddy wagon and took him away. And we see this in Europe. We've seen lots of stories from the UK, Britain, England, when doing the same thing, posting on social media a certain opinion, whether it be in the form of a meme or a video or whatever, being actually, literally, physically arrested. Is this part of the Marxist cult?
Yeah, so what you described there is pretty much, as we've seen, to state the obvious. First of all, there's a massive double standard being created, where if you want to get out in the streets and, be part of a trans march, or you want to be anti-capitalist, or you want to march for Palestinian rights, you'll be just fine because they're all in line with Marxism. But if you go and criticize the ideology or contradict it in any way, you better watch out. All of a sudden you don't have rights. The humanitarianism they love to champion doesn't apply to you the minute you contradict their narrative. And the gentleman you described is Enoch Burke. He's a teacher in Ireland who he's part of a religious family who are staunch Christians, and they love to get involved with activism, and they're great characters. And he basically didn't want to go along with the whole gender labeling, fiasco. And then he turned up against court order, and it turned into a big fiasco. Now he's been kind of in prison for quite a while, and he's a lot of protests because of it. So we can clearly see that totalitarianism is coming in now, and they've been trying to hide it as best they can. But of course, the more and more people complain, the more the state it can't hide it as well as it used to. And now it's getting a little bit obvious that this is very one-sided. The minute you go against this globalist internationalist monster, you don't have rights anymore. Ironically, they try to make you a second-class citizen. And I thought this movement was supposed to be against the class system, but apparently not.
Emmett, if you were sitting down to a table with a group of people who were not awake to the radicalization that in America we call the Democrat Party, who are not aware of the red pandemic, the global Marxist cult, the title of your book. If you were sitting down to a table with people who were totally unaware, how do you begin to explain to them and set up the truth about how this has taken place, how we got here? And let me just juxtapose that, because in America, I think many Americans look at 2020, the theft of an American presidential election and a pandemic were beset upon us. And for whatever reason, they believe that this catastrophe that we're in right now with the radical left Marxist cult movement was sprung upon us in 2020, when in fact, in my view, at least 126 years, this has been in the making. So how would you begin to wake people up if you had a chance to sit down and speak with them about this?
Well, I suppose, as you say there, it's very old, and it's been very good. This ideology has been very good at repackaging itself. And how I would start is I would talk to an average everyday person, and you would talk to them about mass immigration. Say, do you think it's okay for Irish people to be a minority in their own country, or to lead that way? How do you feel about radical sex ed? Do you think it's okay to teach that to kids? And when you if they're reasonable and they're not brainwashed, they will agree with you across the board on all these things. And then what I would do is make the link to Marxism, because they're all based on the class struggle principle anyway, which was contained in the Communist Manifesto. It used to be about the rich against the poor, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. From the 20th century, the ideology mutated into different forms. So now, the migrants are the oppressed class. Us Westerners are obviously the oppressors. And feminism, same thing. Men are the oppressors, females are the oppressed. And socialism, rich and the poor. The trans ideology, same thing. It's all based on the idea that someone's being oppressed and they need to be saved. I mean, even the climate change movement is quite an amusing example, because the planet's oppressed. And we humans, us polluters, especially us capitalist polluters, are the oppressors. So it's the same formula wheeled out again and again. And I like to get that message across to people. all of the things they've been passionate about across the West in the last few decades are essentially coming from the one ideology. So my reasoning is, let's suppress the ideology and we'll start to see all these movements become derailed because there's no fanaticism driving them anymore.
How do Marxists with this agenda get their foothold, Emmett? If we were to warn parents, for example, or anyone, how do they begin to get a foothold? How do they begin to sway what appears to be a lot of people? How do they do it?
Well, what's interesting, Doug, is that this thing is so old and it's become so sophisticated. I mean, say in the 1920s, for example, the Bolshevik Revolution was 1917. In 1919, under the orders of Lenin, they created the Third Communist International. So it's the Third Internationalist Communist Organization. And this is a key organization I mentioned in the book. And I actually listed every single communist group from since forever in every single country, in every single continent. It took me a few months to put the tables together. But that was a key period because even back then they were trying to get into the labor union movements, into education, getting involved in business, getting involved in politics. And even around that period as well, there was an Italian Marxist by the name of Antonio Gramsci. He was a big proponent of the idea of what they called the long march through the institutions, rather than having a violent overthrow with the pitchforks and so on, the torches. This was about injecting Marxist thought into the culture to slowly turn it Marxist. So they've been at this quite a long time. They're very, very good at it, and that's what you guys are dealing with in the States. As you mentioned, the Democratic Party are clearly Marxist. They're compromised all the way through. They represent the treasonous side, and the Republican side represents the patriotic side. And they've managed to get in because they understand that this is an ideological war. And they've had to hide their intentions. So controlling the education system, the media, the non-profit complex, you name it, it's all part of the game.
Emmett, we're almost up against a break. You have time to stay with me for the rest of the half hour here today?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my guest today, Emmett Connor, the author of the book, the must-read book, Red Pandemic, the Global Marxist Cult. Emmett, welcome back. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Doug. Great to be here.
Okay, obviously, as if your accent didn't give it away, you're from Ireland. You're in your homeland. You're back home. You get the idea for this book. What was the reason behind the idea for the book? Why the motivation to say this about what the Marxist cult really is?
Well, basically, it was around the time of about 2019, around that period, and I noticed the things I was describing, mass immigration, radical sex ed, climate change, all these things were hitting Ireland, like in all the other Western countries. And even the climate change movement, Ireland is a very, very small country. It pumps out very little CO2, yet we were supposed to, change how we do things. It seemed to be quite bizarre. And obviously, I knew about communism for many years, so I started to join the dots. Also, there was the COVID situation, which had the fingerprints of international communism all over it, and also the BLM events in the US as well. Those things came together, and I kind of looked around at, I could see the connections, but I looked around at public discourse in Ireland at first, and I realized no one was talking about the connection here with international Marxism. So I started to look at discourse a little bit more, realized hardly anybody was talking about this at all, and I kind of did more investigation and thought I really have to do something about this to raise awareness, because people were not joining the dots. And obviously one of the biggest consequences of Marxism infecting a country is the breakdown of sovereignty and this kind of fear of people being patriotic almost. So it was starting to cause real problems, and that's what kind of started me off and put the book together.
Does Ireland have an immigration problem, a border problem like such as the United States, in any kind of similar form or fashion? Is there an immigration problem in Ireland?
Oh, massively so. And Ireland is actually in a more serious position than the States, because you guys have a lot more land and a bigger population. You're pushing almost 340 million. Ireland is like almost 7 million for the whole island, including the north, or slightly over. And obviously we're starting to see the changes much quicker. In fact, there was a massive acceleration of mass immigration about, say, I'm not sure the time frame, maybe 5 to 10 years ago. There was a massive increase. It was almost like somebody hit the accelerator pad and they wanted Ireland to fill up faster. And we are at the edge of Europe, obviously, or we've got, the UK between us and the mainland, but they're coming in by plane mostly, and really making a big difference, causing a lot of problems, causing breakdown in the services, a breakdown a lot of law and order, racial tensions. And you've even got the state is now getting more heavy-handed and shoving migrants into migrant sites, old factories, even hotels and touristy accommodation, you name it. And when the Irish try to protest, now things are getting a bit more nasty. We're starting to see the state getting very heavy-handed and using public order units or riot squads to suppress the people. Things are getting really, really bad.
Certainly sounds familiar. So we see those things happen here as well. And let's talk about the book specifically. First of all, let's make sure we get this out there. Where can people find the book? Where can they buy the book?
Sure. So for Americans and Canadians, so Amazon is a good place to go. First of all, nice and convenient. But if they go to my website, resolvingor.com, so R for Romeo, resolvingor.com, there's a page on the website dedicated to the book. It's got a basic overview with the images, etc., and also where people can buy. So it's on Barnes & Noble and some other outlets as well.
Excellent. All right. ResolvingR.com, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you head over there. Check it out. Amazon.com as well. The book is Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. You can't miss it, right? Red cover. It's got all. You can't miss it. Emmett, in my view, okay, so I talk about in America, I call them the Communist Socialist Party, formerly known as Democrat Party. And I caution Americans about anyone who says or states that America needs to be, quote unquote, fundamentally transformed. President Obama was the first American president to say that out loud, and it caused a lot of eyebrows to be raised back then. And even more so now in hindsight, I look back at that statement, and it's no doubt that's what they're trying to do. Now, this movement, this communist socialist movement, is in full, like you said, pedal to the metal, full force, full speed ahead. They have accelerated. They're no longer secretive. They're no longer hiding what they really believe. They want to fundamentally transform America, and they do it by attacking key pillars within this country. First and foremost, I think, the traditional family unit. And this began years ago. It's nothing new. I mean, when you look at the liberal trends and their agenda, if we can attack the family, if we can convince women that they don't need men, and if we can then begin to project this, as I call it, the wussification of men, the wussification of the American man, if we can begin to do this, then the LGBTQ kook, as I say, movement begins to settle in and becomes more easily accessible. And then second, I think their agenda is one thing. Their policies, their platform, their politics, that's one thing. They do what they do. In America, we're in a presidential election season, as you know. I believe that the radical left movement in America's number one goal is not the presidency of the United States. I believe that the radical liberal movement in America, their number one goal is to move the needle further to the left. That's number one. Now, they'll take the presidency if they can get it. Absolutely. It's not like they're going to turn it down. But their number one goal is, in my opinion, to move the needle further to the left. And that includes every topic that we're talking about. I mean, imagine 10 years ago talking about this fiction of gender misappropriation and the mutilation of children's genitalia as a pathway to happiness if they believe in that fiction. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. And that's what they want to achieve. The further left they can get us, the better. That's their goal. Do you get a sense that that might be right?
Oh, spot on. That there's no sign that there's a limit to how crazy they're going to push things. And looking at the history of the ideology, there's always another more extreme wave coming on the back of the last one. And usually, and we're seeing this a lot now, the new wave tends to wipe out the old wave, and they may even have infighting and so on. But yeah, everything you describe is all connected. And I agree that where they're pushing America, they're pushing that over to the window so much to the left that people have forgotten now. Being far right, like they say in Ireland, means you just got more traditionalist values. You're from the pit of hell if you're a traditionalist, because they've got it. What they've done is, linking into what you've said, they've got a monopoly on virtue. They've managed to convince people that the difference between right and wrong is the Marxist interpretation of what right and wrong is, and all of the chaos you're describing, the degeneracy and so on. This, I often say, this is really Satanism repackaged. It's against everything that's natural and part of creation, and there's no limit to how bad they're going to push things, basically.
And I continually believe that what they do, this chaos that we see in America, the chaos that you see in Ireland, is obviously purposeful, not a doubt. Evidence of the obvious is sufficient. We can see this. In America, with the border, dilute the American identity, grow the radical liberal electoral base, give them voting privileges, make them citizens without following the law, all of it to create crisis and chaos, because they believe in the long run, if they can convince people, if they can surround people with crisis and chaos, then they can convince people that the fastest way to remedy that is through big government, the state, right?
Yeah, they have a big history of doing that, and that's why, as you say, they're diametrically opposed to anything that stands in the way. So they'll obviously go after any sort of notions of free market, the concepts of liberalism or classical liberalism, the idea of having a right to do things like the right to own property or right to vote or have your religious beliefs. All that must be swept away to build a new utopia. And the reason why they want to bring everything under the control of a centralized government is because, Marx et al. And Vladimir Lenin believe that the people, quote unquote, should be in charge, but really what you end up with is a bunch of Marxist nutcases in charge, and there's no more freedom. So the only freedom that's left, as I describe in the book, the only kind of freedom you're allowed is freedom to be Marxist. Everything else needs to be annihilated because it gets in the way of utopia. So and to add on to what you're saying, a big mistake people make, Doug, is, as you well know, they try to reason with these people, and we've been watching this for years. They try to debate with them and convince them of things, but you can't reason with crazy, and you can't reason with fundamentalist ideologues, and they're looking down on us. They know what's best for humanity, and they're going to drag us towards utopia. And any sort of death or destruction or sexual assault or murder or economic collapse or hardship, all of that's going to be worth it, because utopia is it's just within reach. We just have to experiment with communism a little bit more, and we'll get there.
Emmett, I can't thank you enough for coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, the book, Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. You want to check it out. Emmett's website, resolvingr.com, resolvingr.com. You can get the book over there. Amazon, Barnes & Noble as well, but check out his website. Emmett, one of these days, I would hope that, and I've invited you, and you're going to think about coming to my conference in Branson, Missouri in December. Ladies and gentlemen, that's determinedpatriotismconference.com. If he decides that he likes me well enough to say yes, he may well be down there. You may get to meet him in person. And Emmett, when that happens, I'd love to have a pint of Guinness with you.
No problem. We'll make sure we'll celebrate the day for sure.
Yeah, hopefully by December 13th and 14th, we'll be celebrating a Trump victory here in the States. How long will you be with us in the colonies, as we say?
I'm not really sure what the plan is, Doug. I kind of come over here taking a leap of faith, trying to spread the gospel here of anti-Marxism. So we'll see what happens, and I'm open, but I'll definitely be here in December for sure.
Okay, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Emmett Connor, the website, resolvingr.com. Check it out. Emmett, God bless you. Thank you very much for being on the program. We appreciate you, and good luck with the book. Good luck with your time here in the United States.
Thank you, Doug. It's an honor. Thank you.
You bet. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for me. Thank you very much for joining us. We are in this together, standing shoulder to shoulder, as we try to reclaim the Republic from the grip of the Communist Socialist, formerly known as Democrat Party. Remember, DougBillings.us. Head over there if you would. Consider a recurring monthly donation at DougBillings.us. And until tomorrow, take care of one another, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it, for the Republic.